look, I appreciate them trying with the USA versus the world concept, but we've got like 3 mini games, I guess, rather than one big game. I talked to Nick Friedel about this, NBA insider, on You Better You Bet the other day. I don't know if there's an easy way to fix All-Star Weekend.
I don't think there is. And this is the problem. Damian Lillard not having played a single game and winning the 3-point contest, like, credit to Dame, not his fault, but the NBA wants the stars in the weekend involved in it. So, like, even though Dame hasn't touched the floor this year, they're still, like, begging him to come be a part of this 3-point contest because he is a big name. The dunk contest was flat last night. It wasn't even in prime time, Chris. I was sitting on the couch waiting for the 3-point contest to start. I get an alert in my phone. Damian Lillard has beat Con Knipple in the finals. And I'm like, what? Are you kidding me? That happened at like 2 p.m. LA time. That's insane.
Yeah. They've given up. Speaking of giving up, the Jazz have also given up, and they were punished for it this week. That, I think, is an interesting conversation to get into a little bit later as well, because that, I think, there may be a little bit more of a concrete path towards fixing. I don't think it's a $500,000 fine. We'll talk to Trevor Lane of the NBA Front Office Show coming up at about 12:20 Eastern, but next.
12 consecutive completions for Chambliss. Going for 13. He has it. And another touchdown. Harrison Wallace having the night of his life.
Sean McDonough is a legend on the call for ESPN during the Sugar Bowl of Ole Miss's win over the Bulldogs, the touchdown from Trinidad Chambliss to Harrison Wallace. Chambliss has been granted a 6th season of eligibility by a Mississippi State court judge. So unless the NCAA wants to file an appeal on their behalf now, and this thing has been back and forth between appeal and decision, and he's going to play. He's doing everything he can to avoid the NFL draft. I can't figure out why, because I'm a fan of what Chambliss did this year. And other than all 32 teams telling Chambliss's agents, nope, you're not getting drafted until the final day, I don't understand why he's fought so hard to avoid the draft, other than maybe there's some weird intelligence out there. It's a conspiracy theory. I may have to put on my tinfoil hat. Other than a conspiracy theory where, like, somebody's told him the Jets would go crazy and take him, and every quarterback has done everything to avoid the Jets, Kate.
Yeah, then I don't blame Chambliss for going through all this hoopla to play another season in college football if the Jets are the one drafting him. But it has to be the case that his agent is not getting great news from NFL teams of where he would go in the draft, because why would you not then go back to college, make a couple $1 million? But this is a bigger issue of just the NCAA losing all of its power. I mean, eligibility now is decided by local courtrooms. And what local courtroom, in small town Mississippi doesn't want the hero of Mississippi going back to Ole Miss? Of course they're going to rule in his favor. So this is just the start of an even larger problem for the NCAA that already has a long list of problems stacking up.
Yeah, I mean, they've lost all power in regards to just about everything. They're having trouble keeping G League players off the court, although they've been a little more successful in that regard. I think the football side of this, Kate, is more interesting to me because, like I said, in my opinion, Chambliss would be right there in the top 3, 4, maybe 5 of quarterbacks eligible for this draft. If I were interested in developing a young quarterback, maybe I'm crazy, I'd take him ahead of Ty Simpson. I'd probably take him ahead of Nussmeier or Aller or Klubnik as well. I don't know. I'd probably have a little bit higher ranking on Carson Beck than I do that group of guys, just because he's been around the block. He's got some experience now. But Chambliss has to be, at least on my board, he would be 3rd best. And I think that would get him drafted on the second day, 2nd or 3rd round. But apparently it's not lining up for whatever reason. We can get deeper into the Chambliss conversation a little bit later in the show here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports alongside Kate Constable. I'm Chris Mack. You can watch the show as well. Go to YouTube and search for BetMGM Tonight. We're on their channel right now. You can see everything going on during the show. The more interesting story, Ole Miss related and college football related, was definitely next.
But we would have to educate. This is always a tough conversation to have, and it's not a popular thing. This is the truth. We would have to educate significant others who may have been pregnant during the season we're going to have a baby during the season. And you have to educate them on, you have this baby in the middle of the season, that father has to play good football, right? It's a day-by-day production business. He has to be ready to perform and go out there and play. And when I say that is, you need to let him sleep. He needs to be in another room, detached. You have to explain to the mother, like, hey, listen, he ain't waking up for midnight feedings. After the season, he's full metal jacket. You do whatever you want with him. And he can change every diaper. But in the season, he's got to have a different priority. Now,
that was Joe Judge in a Mississippi courtroom testifying during the Trinidad Chambliss eligibility hearing, and somehow went off on a tangent about players who have babies during the year shouldn't be asked to get up in the middle of the night to help take care of those children. I had to listen a few times to make sure it wasn't like an SNL skit, because it was that ridiculous and off the wall that Joe Judge went off on this rant during this hearing. All he had to say, really, Kate, was, hey, guys need their sleep and need to recover. Leave it at that. We don't need to go down this big diatribe path of, well, if you're going to have a baby during the season, mama better understand she's taking care of that baby alone. I guess in the SEC, it just means more, unless we're talking about family and children. This hits particularly close to home for one of the co-hosts of this show. No, not me. My kids are teenagers. That's a completely different story where I could go off for hours complaining about. But, Kate, you are with child right now. You are weeks away from bringing new life into this world. What if your husband walked in and said, honey, listen, we got a lot going on this quarter at work, and, I really need my sleep. So if the baby wakes up in the middle of the night, sorry, I'm going to be in another room with my eye patches on and the white noise machine, and please don't wake me up. The boss is going to get really mad if I come into work tired tomorrow.
Well, Chris, as someone who is 7 months pregnant right now, we just moved our guest bed into a storage unit, so the guest room can now be the nursery. So he doesn't have that option anymore. But if he did, I think our marriage might be in trouble. If he walked in the room and said, you're going to be on your own tonight, I've got a big meeting tomorrow. But I also have like a little bit of a contrary take to this, is that these, like Joe Judge coming out and say that, I think that's how a lot of coaches and people in professional sports feel and believe. And he backtracked with some comments yesterday, but that's just to save his butt. Like, he still expects those players to fully not be in the bedroom with the crying baby at night. Like, that is what athletes are supposed to do. And granted, they have the money to pay for night nurses and doulas, whatever. I mean, I'm learning all sorts about all of this stuff that people with far more dollars in their bank account than I have, the luxuries. But like, that's the reality for professional athletes, and college kids now are technically professional athletes, which, Chris, I see you shaking your head. It does make me sick. Like, if my husband, I mean, if he doesn't even get up with me in the middle of the night when I'm doing feedings, like that's going to be a problem, even if he's in the same room as me. Like, right. You need a little help here. And, you're right that Joe Judge should have just said, like, players still need to perform, because you have a job. You still need to perform, right? Like, if I were going to work after, shortly after having this baby, I would still have to do a good job. Otherwise, what am I doing there? But that being said, he should have just kept his mouth shut. Pregnant women all over the world, women with newborns, I cannot be too pleased with Joe Judge right now, including myself.
And here's the other part. Like, there is a football angle to this, and I'm dead serious. If I am a player who's thinking about Ole Miss as a possibility, whether I be in the portal or whether I be a freshman recruit, maybe less so freshman recruits, because I don't think they're thinking about family planning yet, but certainly a guy in the portal with experience who may have a girlfriend who's coming with me to Oxford. I might not be planning on starting a family while I'm in school. Maybe I am. I'm not judging either way, but am I necessarily interested in going to a place where they're going to tell me how to handle things at home? I mean, not just that, but do I want a coach essentially walking into my bedroom and telling me how to handle things? Not on all fronts, because that would be extra weird, but at least on the front of, hey, kid, you need to sleep. Coach, the baby's crying and my wife hasn't slept in 3 days. I think I can go change a diaper. That was the level of tone-deaf ridiculousness we got from Joe Judge with these comments. I get it. They're professional athletes. In some cases, even in college, professional athletes being paid handsomely in some cases, being paid handsomely to do a good job. So if you don't do a good job, you might not get that NIL deal the following year. I totally understand that perspective. But if you can't balance newborn at home and wife or girlfriend at home who needs help with your job, which in this case for these guys is playing football, then you're never going to survive once you get out of college because, newsflash, you may not be playing football for a living when you get out of college in some cases. The whole thing was wild to me. So the fact that Joe Judge went in that direction, pretty much unsolicited too, was
That's the weird part, Chris, is he didn't have to come out and say any of that.
No, he didn't. But you could tell he was itching to get that out there. Like, I got to say this. I got to say this. I got to tell everybody what I think. These kids need to sleep, and they got to stop waking up in the middle of the night to change diapers. There is plenty going on with the NFL offseason. We told you about Super Bowl 60 going the way it did. And how now does that translate into the results we expect at the Combine, in the offseason, at the draft? Free agency is just a couple weeks away. We dive into some way too early perspectives on Super Bowl 61 and the 2026 NFL season next. Alongside Kate Constable, I'm Chris Mack. This is BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. Conversation rolls on with BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.
Shotgun snap, 44 Seattle. He's hit as he drops back. The ball free. Picked up by Nwosu. Running down the side. 30, 20, 10, 5. Touchdown. It's picked off and a touchdown. Seattle has scored on another turnover. And that will seal it, it seems, right now for the Seahawks in Super Bowl 60.
Kevin Harlan on the call of the Jeremiah Nwosu pick six that, as he described it there, basically put Super Bowl 60 on ice for Seattle. Welcome back into BetMGM Game Day here on Westwood One Sports. Alongside Kate Constable, I'm Chris Mack. Coming up in about an hour, we ask if there's any way to fix the NBA All-Star Weekend and any way to properly punish teams like the Utah Jazz who are so blatantly trying to tank. Trevor Lane of the NBA Front Office Show will join us right around 12:20 Eastern here on BetMGM Game Day. We got you covered all afternoon. A little bit later, Nick Shook of NFL.com to talk about the offseason. And we have no idea where the offseason is going to take us right now, Kate, but there's no reason that should stop us from having way too early ideas on next season because that's what we do. Welcome to Sports Talk Radio. We wildly speculate sometimes. The Combine is a couple weeks away in Indy. Then we'll have the opening of free agency on March 9th, technically March 11th, whatever. And then we'll have the NFL draft in late April. So a lot is going to happen between now and obviously the time these guys take off for the summer and then come back for training camp. But if you had a way too early look at Super Bowl 61, yeah, we're going to project all the way out to, by the way, Super Bowl 61, Kate, on Valentine's Day next year. That should work out for a lot of guys.
I did just learn that yesterday. Yeah, that's going to be tough for a lot of men out there.
Total disaster. By the way, this segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance. Protect small businesses with affordable coverage options. Get a quote today at progressivecommercial.com. Way too early look at Super Bowl 61, Kate. What are your thoughts?
I mean, I'm going further down the board here. Like the Seahawks being the favorite. Yeah, the Seahawks are going to return a great roster, but outside of the Chiefs, I mean, repeating in the Super Bowl is pretty tough. And Sam Darnold is not Patrick Mahomes. So I don't think Seahawks, sure, they can have a great season, not going to be Super Bowl champs. I mean, Chris, 20-1, I kind of like Jacksonville. If they continue to build off of what they had at the end of the season and Trevor Lawrence gets more comfortable in that Liam Cohen offense, and he did look pretty comfortable towards the end of the year last season, I'm willing to take a shot at some kind of out there team further down the board versus your Lions or your Eagles. I don't really have faith in the Eagles. Yes, their roster is great, but I mean, they kind of fall apart towards the end of the season. They have in 2 of their last 3 years outside of winning that Super Bowl. I would look at can the Chargers be healthy enough? If they were healthy this year, I think the Chargers could have been a team that made a run in the postseason. Their offensive line was decimated. Their run game was decimated. So some of those teams further down the board, I think the Broncos certainly will be in the mix in the postseason next year as well.
Yeah, I mean, the Patriots, I don't know if they get to the Super Bowl if not for, obviously, the Bo Nix injury and the snow, right? So
Yep.
It's not a knock on the Patriots. They had a really good year based on what was put out in front of them. They can't control what their schedule is. They can't control who they play in the AFC Championship game and what the elements are. They handled all of that as well as anyone could expect them to. And Drake May, in the end, being as dinged up as he was, didn't play well in the Super Bowl. So I would not necessarily look at the Patriots getting back there. The Broncos do, I think, make sense, especially with a healthy Bo Nix, maybe another year of growth from him. It's interesting to me that we see the Rams right there with the Seahawks at BetMGM right now. They're both plus 850. I don't think that's crazy at all because the Rams, I think, were the best team overall, top to bottom. You look at all position groups. They were the best team throughout the course of the year. Again, this is going to come away as a knock on the other team in the Super Bowl, the team that won. But Seattle won because of their defense and because Sam Darnold stepped up big in key spots and didn't melt down the way we expected him to. I think the Rams, though, are the best overall team. When I look top to bottom, quarterback, defense, weapons, coaching, the Rams at that price at $850, still decent. If I started to trickle my way farther down the board, that's when I'd look at maybe the 49ers. If they could actually have a healthy season of football. I don't know if the electrical substation next to their practice facility will allow that or not, but conspiracy theories aside, like the Niners have a quality roster that may be able to take one last swing at things before certain guys start to age out. The Texans at 20-1. If you want to take another team from that AFC South division, since you brought up Jacksonville, phenomenal defense and maybe some more growth from C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud may be one of the biggest questions going into next season. If we talk about individual players and affecting that team's postseason chances, if C.J. Stroud plays cleaner football late in the year, maybe the Texans are the team taking advantage of a Bo Nix injury in the AFC Championship game.
And if they can improve that run game a little bit, like their run game was also a weakness. So you have a weakness-ish at quarterback and then a weakness in the run game. You fix those two things. That defense carried them well into the postseason. If they could do that again, and that defense is pretty much all returning, Chris, so you don't have to worry about anything there. Going back to your thought on the Rams, they were special teams away from beating Seattle, right? Like they were the best shot at beating the Seahawks. Throughout the postseason, I think. I mean, obviously, we don't know what would have happened if the Broncos had met the Seahawks in the Super Bowl. But as long as Matthew Stafford's back, and at the NFL Honors Awards, Matthew Stafford said he's coming back. So I think that yes, price wise, 9-1, a little short, but I think roster wise, if they can fix that special teams, because that burned them in a couple games this year. And hence why they fired their special teams coordinator midway through the season. And then I'm not totally sold on like teams with new coaches, like the Ravens.
Same.
Lamar Jackson, right? He's great. We love Lamar Jackson, one of the best quarterbacks in the league. But you have an entirely new coach coming in, entirely new system. I know Joe Brady was with the Bills last year, but he hasn't been a head coach before. So what does that look like? Josh Allen clearly hasn't been able to get over the hump in his career in the playoffs. And like those are questions I have on a lot of those next up teams that are kind of in the middle to front of the pack in next year's way too early odds.
Yeah, the Ravens, I'm glad you brought them up because I was gonna bring them up next. I don't get them being right there with the Bills at 12-1.
No.
You're talking about a new head coach trying to get his arms around everything, new system on offense. Yes, the superb individual talent of Lamar Jackson has to be recognized. And they're a missed field goal away from being in the playoffs this year. So I don't blame odds makers for having the Ravens higher than any other non-playoff team. Makes sense. But to have them all the way up there at 12-1 to win the Super Bowl, the best odds right alongside Buffalo in the AFC is mystifying to me. And I'll throw in the Chiefs as well, who are right there at around 14-1. I don't think it's as simple as Mahomes gets healthy and we just reset everything and we're the Chiefs again. That defense, in particular, Chris Jones, is getting older, and it has holes on it as well. Are they necessarily going to figure it out on offense? Talk about teams that don't have a running game or that need to find a running game. Yeah. That was the Chiefs' Achilles heel all year on offense. I mean, it doesn't compute at first when you say it, but Patrick Mahomes is not getting any younger either. We're talking about a guy that's what now, 8 years into the league, and I'm not saying he's past his peak. We'll see how he recovers from the injury, but you can't simply roll out the same old Andy Reid, now be Eric Bieniemy offense, since he's back in the fold now. You can't simply roll out that same old Andy Reid, Eric Bieniemy offense and say, okay, Patrick, go win the game. When Kelsey is older, you have no running game. The offensive line had their issues this year. I would not be surprised to see the Chiefs miss the playoffs again. And that's, I'm not going to go so far as to say it's all crashing down in Kansas City. I think another difficult year could help them spend another offseason cycle of rebooting and resetting around Mahomes, and they do have talent at receiver, but I don't know if it's as simple as just flip the switch and Kansas City's right back there in the Super Bowl.
Well, the Chiefs are priced this way because Vegas doesn't want the liability of if the Chiefs kind of flip the switch back to what they were. So they have to price them kind of in the middle of the pack here. Are we positive? I know Patrick Mahomes is fairly confident and positive he'll be back for week 1. That's a stretch. If he is not back, they drop a couple games early on in the season and they're right back in the same situation they were to start this season. And look how that ended for them. So I think it would be a tall task. One, maybe not to ask Mahomes to come back, but to ask Mahomes to be the Patrick Mahomes we've come to know in week 1, coming back from an ACL surgery or early on in the year. Maybe he's on the field, but is he moving around? And why put him on the field if he can't move around perfectly like he used to? So I am with you. I think the Chiefs have a lot of question marks. Is Kelsey even going to be back next year? Do we know that?
Right.
Not that it would really matter a whole lot, honestly, Chris. He wasn't great last year. But the Chiefs certainly a team that has question marks. It's not as easy as just being like Patrick Mahomes is going to be back. This is the Chiefs once again.
Yeah, I think it does matter, Kelsey, in so much as, he's not the guy that takes control of a game anymore. But I do think if Mahomes has to, let's play out the story where Kelsey doesn't come back, right? And who is Mahomes' security blanket then, for lack of a better way to put it? Who's the guy that he knows he can lean on to look 8 to 12 yards downfield in the middle of the field, and he's going to be open, or he can throw him open more often than not? And to not have that, to spend a season not just looking for that, but also we've seen the recovery from major injuries like Achilles, like ACLs, broken legs, things like that. More often than not, that player takes a full calendar year, not necessarily to recover and get back on the field, but to look like themselves again. Look at Aiden Hutchinson through the first half of this past season. Didn't really quite look like himself until late in the year. We could use Aaron Rodgers as an example, I think. Came back from the Achilles, but didn't really quite look like himself in that second year with the Jets. Sure, it was the Jets, I get it, but didn't quite look like himself. Had a little bit more mobility and certainly was able to push the ball a little bit more downfield with the Steelers this year than he did in his final year with the Jets. Those major injuries for players take a full calendar year for them to get all the way back to where they were physically. And I think that's something to consider too, that even if Mahomes is able to play week 1, he's probably not going to look like himself for a while. It's going to take time to get back to the full peak of his powers. And that's another reason why I'm not a big believer in Kansas City next year. As for quarterbacks around the NFL, the carousel has already started to turn. We'll get into that at the top of the hour. But coming up next, man, the league can tell players what they think of them. Grades can get thrown up on the screen during Sunday night games, as J.J. Watt put it on social media. But players can't let everybody know what they think of the teams. Why is the NFL putting a stop to those NFLPA report cards? We'll talk about it next. Alongside Kate Constable, I'm Chris Mack. This is BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. conversation rolls on with BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.
You know, it's hard when you have a quarterback with, with a rating that he got. You know, he has the ability, but something just is not jiving. But if you look at any head coach with a quarterback like that, you're going to see similar results if you will across the league. The defense is pretty good. If we can just complete a pass, it would look good.
Woody Johnson a while back talking about Justin Fields. Justin Fields just standing there doing the Travolta meme. Like, what did I do? Huh? Why you burying me, Woody? Woody, very familiar with being graded as one of the worst owners in the NFL, but we won't get those grades anymore. We'll get into it in just a second here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports, always inside the Westwood One Sports app and live across North America on Sirius XM Channel 375. You want to jump into the conversation, 310-840-4910. Always welcome those comments on YouTube as well. So it's just ridiculous that this isn't going to be allowed anymore, but we'll get into some of the reasoning why and why players and former players are so upset about it. Quick check on the Olympics, because I know Olympic hockey fans want to know what's going on. Canada up 3-1 on France in their final qualifying game. Credit to France. They just killed off a Canadian power play, which that lethal Canadian power play unit of McDavid, McKinnon, Crosby, Reinhart, Makar wasn't able to score. So they still lead 3-1 and have been pretty dominant throughout. The Americans play later this afternoon. They drop the puck right around 3 Eastern, and we'll keep you up to date on everything happening at the Olympics, obviously. Plenty more NBA All-Star Weekend topics to discuss as well in less than an hour with Trevor Lane of the NBA Front Office Show, and the quarterback carousel starting to spin during the NFL offseason already as well. But that was the news this week, Kate. They're not going to allow the NFLPA to publicize these report cards of NFL teams anymore. J.J. Watt was upset about it. He posted on X, NFL won't let actual players grade the workplace they attend every single day, but they'll allow a third-party grading service to display their rankings of players on national TV every Sunday night. Obviously a reference to the PFF grades that we get on Sunday Night Football during those broadcasts. Pine Needle 1 on YouTube actually said this. The court documents showed NFLPA discarded certain teams' positive grades to fit a narrative of teams the Players Association didn't like. That's why they've lost the court case. So there was a clause in the agreement between the players and the teams. You know, you can't go out of your way to say anything that makes the other side look bad, right? Like Players Association members can't go out and say, well, here's why the Jets suck all the time, or here's why everything's terrible in Cleveland. And that's what they're using, that clause, to remove the publication of these NFLPA grades of teams going forward. But there were teams that actually took the public embarrassment, Kate, and used it to make positive changes, like the Patriots, the Cardinals. They both agreed to build new practice facilities. I know the Steelers, in one instance, have had to start considering, like, their weight room is jammed in really tight at one corner of the facility. How are we going to change that? Teams were being called out for things that NFL players weren't comfortable with. I didn't have a problem with this, especially for teams that perpetually were at the bottom of the rankings being called out for not being good places to work. I mean, we're allowed to go on LinkedIn or Glassdoor or whatever and give feedback about employers. Why can't NFL players do it?
Well, I mean, that was one of the exciting pieces of the offseason was when the report cards came out. Like, I loved looking at those and seeing which organizations players didn't enjoy the some of the internal stuff going on. And it did help it hold organizations accountable too. Like, Bengals finally built an indoor practice facility. They were one of the last teams to build one. So, like, it does kind of hold teams accountable and makes those, and maybe it is like some of those destinations that aren't as sexy. All of a sudden you build a bright, shiny practice facility and maybe more players want to come. You win a couple more games next season, that type of thing. So I understand, like, the owners don't want to get completely blasted by their players, but I feel like that's luxury is not the right word, but something that the players should be able to do is say, okay, I'm not a fan of this in the workplace. Let's change that. And Alvin Kamara came out and said, like, what's now stopping players from just doing their own report cards on Twitter? Like, he posted New Orleans, practice facility, hot, itchy, smells like grass, F+. Like, they could easily come out and do that all by themselves. And so I'm not sure it like fully solves the problem.
It's not like these guys don't talk to each other either, right? And it's not like they're not represented by the same group of maybe like 20 or 30 agents or agencies that all share information too. Everybody knows which places have the best facilities, the best working conditions. And so this isn't going to change what the players know. It's going to change what the public knows. Right. And I don't know if that necessarily changes anything here. Like, in fact, if I were a team who is consistently getting these poor report cards, I wouldn't mind the accountability, to be honest, because now there's actual tangible proof as to why we suck. Oh, our facility isn't good. We don't do this right. We don't handle this right. Now I have things I can tell fans we're going to go out and improve. Whereas now we're going to be left in sort of that vague netherworld of, well, the Jets suck because the Jets suck. And okay, that may be true. The Jets may suck because they have terrible ownership. But at least if you're Woody Johnson, you were able to point to, okay, players don't like our facilities and they don't like our meal offerings or whatever it may be. We're going to work on improving those. Now it's just going to be, no, you're the Jets, you suck, and there's nothing you can do about it.
I mean, it just kind of goes to show how selfish the owners are. Like, they don't want any feedback. They don't want any criticism whatsoever. And yet you have, I mean, we played that Woody Johnson talking about Justin Fields coming into this segment, but also you had the Bills owner ripping Keon Coleman at the end of the season. Like, what did Keon Coleman do to deserve that? At least, I mean, if the Bills are getting ripped for their food not being nutritious enough, that is something that's actually serious in terms of the organization improving and the players improving. So I mean, as a fan and someone who just enjoyed the entertainment factor of the report cards, like, I'm bummed that we're not getting those going forward. And I mean, I know the players are not pleased about it because that was something that helped them and helped their organizations improve.
Yeah, it's typical of NFL owners. Like you said, they don't want any kind of criticism of what they're doing and how they're doing it. That's fine. You just want the cash. That's all right. I understand. Yeah. You want the money. You got to be willing to live with the criticisms. And again, I'll point out, at the very least, you had some issues that you were able to push back on in public when these report cards came out. Now there's just going to be the very vague, well, this team sucks, that team sucks, this owner's terrible, and there's nothing specific you can even push back on. There was also the interesting decision to add this Australia game to the first week of the schedule that may be before the actual kickoff game between the Seahawks and whoever they play in the opener. That's something worth talking about because we're getting really, really close, I think, to 6 or 7 day a week NFL football if this thing kicks off on a Wednesday night and does really well. So talk about wanting that money. I get it. Everybody wants the money, but at a certain point, you got to be careful about how you qualify getting that money. Whether you're watching the action on the field, the court, or the ice, you want to remember the most exciting moments long after the final whistle. Betting with boosted odds can get you started. Activate your odds boost token inside the BetMGM app. On any sports bet, you'll score a bigger payout if you win. Grab your token. Elevate your excitement with BetMGM and make it legendary. The biggest part of the offseason in the NFL, figuring out who your quarterback is if you don't have one yet. We take a look at the 2026 quarterback carousel next here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
kick off to cash out. Your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
We got you covered. Westwood One Sports, your home every single weekend for BetMGM Game Day. Live across North America on SiriusXM channel 375, 310-840-4910 if you want to be a part of the conversation on anything going on. Maybe you're hardcore into the Olympics, where Canada is absolutely dominating France in hockey right now, up 4-1. I think they're outshooting them some ridiculous number. I'll wait for it to pop back up on the screen before I give you the official count. Americans play a little bit later, 27-7 in shots with about 5 minutes left in the second period. Canada up 4-1. We'll keep you up to date on that one, obviously, for everybody. Try to keep a handle on what's happening with this Olympic hockey tournament throughout the day, but plenty of NFL offseason news. NBA All-Star Weekend, as underwhelming as it may be. We'll talk to Trevor Lane of the NBA front office show in about 20 minutes as well, alongside Kate Constable. I'm Chris Mack. But the entire NFL offseason, Kate, hinges around one position, right? It's quarterbacks. You got to have a quarterback, and if you don't have a quarterback, you're desperately searching for a quarterback. And we played the clip off the top of the show of Derek Carr talking about a possible comeback. And you said it just doesn't add up. Who's interested in Derek Carr at this point? I could actually see a couple spots that I may be able to find some semi-logical way to back into a marriage with Derek Carr for the 2026 season. And I'll start right here in my backyard. Everybody knows I'm a Pittsburgher. I'm a Yinzer. I talk like Mike McCarthy sometimes. It happens. And they may or may not get Aaron Rodgers back. I'm very confident that Rodgers is going to come back and they will welcome him back with open arms, and that he'll actually decide before free agency starts. But if Aaron Rodgers did not come back, if he decided on a whim, you know what, I think I'm done. I can't understand what McCarthy's saying half the time. I can't move like I used to. I don't have a ton of weapons to throw to in Pittsburgh. I'm done. Carr, as unexcited as I would be about it as a Steelers fan, Carr to Pittsburgh would probably actually make a ton of sense given what both parties are looking for. Carr wants to be on a team that's instantly competitive, and the Steelers always consider themselves competitive, right? We talked endlessly over the last half decade now about how the Steelers are perpetually 9-8, 10-7, and bounced in the wild card round. They think they're competitive. They're not going to just hand the keys over to Will Howard or Mason Rudolph or whoever they may draft if they draft a quarterback, or a Mac Jones maybe if they try to make a deal. I could see the Pittsburgh Steelers going, okay, well, if Aaron's not back, I guess Derek Carr, sure, why not?
Well, okay. I can see your point. I can get on board with that, because if you look at the other quarterbacks that are out there for a team that wants a veteran-esque quarterback, like, your options are pretty limited. Kyler Murray, I would take Derek Carr over Kyler Murray, honestly, right? Kirk Cousins would be the only other one that I would argue, but that contract, that's the difficult part, right? Although he'll be released by the Falcons, so that, I guess, changes things a little bit. But, like, Anthony Richardson, he's not getting a starting job this next year. You know, Will Levis, some of those other names that are on that board, that Derek Carr, I guess, is a better option than a lot of those. And even if you do draft a young quarterback, he can kind of serve as that veteran presence the first year, take that kid under his wing and help him along, versus throwing a rookie quarterback into the mix. And we've seen how that has gone for several teams in their first year, throwing a rookie quarterback out there without much, I don't know, just a veteran helping them through.
Yeah.
Exactly. Help.
Yeah. I'd be curious to see how Carr would handle that, because in talking to people, he hasn't always been the best locker room guy or the most approachable guy. I don't know if he'd necessarily pal up next to a young quarterback, throw his shoulder around him and help him along, but it's a thought. At the very least, he's a stopgap. He's a bridge. It's interesting you bring up Anthony Richardson, because I think the Colts are another spot. Like, you're not sold on Richardson. Daniel Jones is injured. You're looking for a stopgap. Carr could be that stopgap. And who knows? Maybe by week 10, week 11, I'm not sure when Daniel Jones may or may not be good to go. You just kind of go, okay, thanks for your services, Derek. We are, 5-5 right now. We appreciate you keeping us in the hunt, but Daniel's healthy. We're going to bring him back. That's another spot where it feels like everything else for the most part is in place. We'll see what happens with Alec Pierce, obviously, in free agency. Maybe they tag him. It feels like everything else is in place. They're just looking for that final piece to the puzzle, and it doesn't have to be a great quarterback in Indy necessarily. They're just looking for somebody to help them get by.
Well, also, I wonder what that team is going to be like post Mike Tomlin era too, because we could always expect for Pittsburgh to be have a winning record, right? So what that quarterback does coming in, are the expectations going to be? I guess the expectations for every team are to win a Super Bowl, and especially in Pittsburgh, those fans are going to go nuts if they don't. But you kind of also have to be realistic with everything.
Yeah, I think the expectation of ownership in Pittsburgh is, and Art Rooney, their owner, basically said this during the Mike Tomlin departure press conference, even though Mike Tomlin wasn't there for it. He basically said, we don't ever look at a season and say, we're not going to do our best to win as many games as possible. I'm paraphrasing there, but they're never going to effectively punt on a season and say, okay, if we end up 5-12, we end up 5-12 and we'll deal with it. They look at it and say, we're going to do everything we can to max out our opportunity to win, which many times leads to them being right there in that murky middle. But the Steelers, the Colts, I think the Vikings could make some sense for Derek Carr too. I don't know how they can go into another year with J.J. McCarthy as the guy. Clearly, Justin Jefferson isn't happy with it. He's, I think, done his best to make you kind of read between the lines on that, but he's not happy. I don't think Minnesota can look at the rest of what's left of Justin Jefferson's peak and say, we're comfortable with J.J. McCarthy being that guy, because this is a team that should be contending. Yes, it's a deep division, but at the very least, you should be battling for a wild card spot when you've got Justin Jefferson and the talent that they have, a defense that can get it done. All you need is a serviceable quarterback, and Kenny Pickett 2.0. I mean, J.J. McCarthy hasn't been that to this point.
Chris, I just got distracted because Canada just went up 6-1 on the softest goal you will ever see. It's just sliding.
I just saw it. My feed is a minute behind yours.
Oh my gosh.
Bad.
It's like the goalie for France just was like, here, have another goal. That was insane.
That was rough. It was Crosby though, so I'll take it.
All right, there we go. But going back to Minnesota and the Vikings, the JJ McCarthy experiment is over. You can't bring him back next year. You just fired your GM because he was the one that essentially drafted JJ McCarthy and wanted to get rid of Sam Darnold, when reports, and who knows how accurate those are or realistic, of Kevin O'Connell wanted to keep Sam Darnold. Well, what was Sam Darnold in Minnesota? He was a really good player, but he wasn't a superstar quarterback. He was kind of that quarterback that you're talking about, of just being serviceable, manageable. You get it to your weapons. You get it to Justin Jefferson. You don't ruin the years that you have with him. So I guess, you're proving me very wrong here, Chris, on my take of, I don't think there's spots for Derek Carr. There are some spots for Derek Carr, because there's no way you can bring back JJ. Maybe JJ McCarthy succeeds in the NFL long-term, but he's got to sit back and develop significantly more than he is right now, because you throw him into the fold for any team as a starting quarterback next year, and he proved this year he can't get it done.
But those are really the only options. Those three teams that we threw out there. Pittsburgh, maybe, assuming Rodgers doesn't come back, and I think that's about as close to being done as it can be. Indy, maybe, and then Minnesota. That's it. And Minnesota is going to have their choice of what they want to do. They can sort of cherry pick the best option off of that withering tree that is this offseason's quarterback market and say, that's the one we want. And who knows? Maybe they're behind the scenes right now trying to take a swing at Aaron Rodgers, because that makes more sense for them than rolling the dice on Derek Carr.
Yeah, certainly could be. I have seen Kyler Murray linked to the Vikings in some rumors, and I'm hoping those are more rumor mills than anything. As a Minnesota native, I'm not a Vikings fan. I didn't grow up watching the Vikings, so I am a Bears fan for those listening. I live in Chicago, so just stating my fandom there, but I pay attention closely to the Vikings because they are my hometown team. I don't want Kyler Murray on the Vikings. And maybe Kevin O'Connell is a good enough coach where he can kind of change how Kyler plays a little bit, but I don't think Kyler's play style works with what the Vikings want to do and the receivers that the Vikings like. And Kyler's going to run the ball. You get the ball to Justin Jefferson.
I do have, and when I was filling in for Nick Costos on You Better You Bet a couple weeks ago, I brought up the idea of Murray in Minnesota as maybe one of those candidates to have sort of a Sam Darnold type year. Certainly not going to the Super Bowl and winning. I don't want to set that expectation, but having a bounce back as Darnold has over the last couple of years, a guy who maybe wasn't in the best possible spot over the first 4 or 5 years of his career, gets out from underneath the shadow of a bad team, as Darnold did, and finds his way with some quality coaching, as Darnold did in Minnesota with Kevin O'Connell. And I think if Kyler Murray were willing to invest in the idea of, okay, I don't have to make every play with my legs. Yeah. I can trust the line. I can trust the weapons afforded to me. Then I think there's maybe the possibility that KOC could bring out the best in him, right? Help him fulfill his potential, and that might be enough. Look, Kyler Murray's never going to be the game-breaking option that I think people anticipated he could be when he came into the league, but he could be that, hey, just don't make a mistake here, kid, kind of quarterback who, with that defense on the other side of the ball, is enough for you to win 10 or 11 games. And get in as a wild card and maybe go on a little bit of a run. People hate this term, especially quarterbacks, hate it being used about them, but a game manager. And if KOC was able to get Kyler Murray to buy into that idea, I think it actually could be a really good spot. Like you said, I don't know how excited Vikings fans would be about it.
Yeah, that's the excitement factor is maybe what holds me back more so than what he could actually do on the field. Because, I mean, what we saw with Sam Darnold this year, game manager. I mean, I know people would hate me if I said this about Jalen Hurts, but in some aspect, Jalen Hurts, little bit of a game manager, right? He won a Super Bowl 2 years ago. You cannot say that about Patrick Mahomes, but like that is what's getting you Brock Purdy, game manager-esque, and he's taken his team to the playoffs a number of times. So maybe that is more of the blueprint for teams going forward, is to stack your lines, get some outside weapons, and have more of just a game manager as quarterback. Because with the Vikings, moving on in any capacity, you're not getting a superstar quarterback. Like, take a look at the list. There aren't superstar quarterbacks out there. So a lot of the quarterbacks that we have talked about and they're going to, like, they somewhat feel like gap stop quarterbacks, Chris.
Yeah, they do. All of them do. I think everybody available this offseason is a stopgap. And I think that includes, like, I've seen Malik Willis get linked to these crazy contract numbers in the past week or two. Hey, Malik Willis, how many passes has he thrown in the NFL? I get it. He stepped in and was serviceable. He was B-, C-level quality at quarterback maybe when he had to. But again, we're talking game manager kind of quarterback, and I'm not paying a game manager level quarterback who doesn't have a great history of starting on top of it. In Willis's case, upwards of $30 million a year. Only takes one team to overheat the market, but that's the entire market getting completely spun out of control based on, we got to have our quarterback now.
Malik Willis, thank you to Zach, our producer, 22 games played. 22 games played, and you're going to pay him $30 million? I don't think that happens. The other quarterbacks on the list, Chris, that are intriguing, and I'm not sure what happens with them, is Tua. Like, that contract in Miami is a disaster, so I don't think they're going to find any trade partners for him.
You're probably going to have to pay someone in draft capital to take him.
Yes, exactly. But, like, are you going to bench Tua next year? I know he got benched at the end of this season, but are you benching Tua next year to bring in someone like a Malik Willis? Like, does that even work with your cap, all that stuff? So Tua's likely coming back and being the starter for the Dolphins. And then this whole Kirk Cousins thing, he'll be released by the Falcons, and he'll be a free agent. Like, what's going on with Kirk Cousins? Does he have anything left in the tank, or do teams believe in him at all? Because, I mean, Will Levis, Jalen Milroe, Tanner McKee, those are some of the other names on the list in terms of the quarterback carousel. I would probably take Kirk Cousins over a lot of those.
Yeah, I don't know if that feels like a fallback position if you're desperately interested in one of these older veteran quarterbacks like the Steelers and Rodgers or Derek Carr somewhere. And you go, well, no, we want somebody experienced who, like you said earlier, could maybe throw his arm around the shoulder of a young guy and bring him along. It hasn't worked for Cousins in Atlanta really at this point, though. So Grant, our board op, mentioned a theory I've seen multiple times really since the regular season ended, the idea of Tua for Kyler, straight up swap. Financially, I think contract-wise, it doesn't really work because, like you said, the Tua contract is unwieldy. But also, is that just really, I mean, it's the Spider-Man meme, Tua for Kyler, isn't it? It just doesn't,
it is.
That doesn't add up. So that doesn't work for me either. We'll get back into NFL offseason issues at the top of the 1 o'clock Eastern hour with Nick Shook of NFL.com. Hilarious post about the NFL in regards to Valentine's Day that we need to discuss in about 30 minutes as well. But coming up next, how do you properly punish the Utah Jazz for so obviously trying to tank? Trevor Lane of the NBA Front Office Show will join us, and is there any way to fix All-Star Weekend, which is ongoing right now as well? That's all next. Alongside Kate Constable, I'm Chris Mack. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day. The action starts here. Westwood One Sports. sports conversation rolls on with BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.
If he does it on his first try and goes between his legs, that's a 48. That's what he's going with.
I have the feeling he's going for it. He's going for it, being the biggest guy.
No, between the legs.
Here's what happened. You see what happened? He got caught. He got caught midway.
Why didn't he just stop and go back?
I don't know why. But that's the nerves, and that's the things that come with it. Midway, he took the stutter. I think he was going for the between the legs. Got caught.
Jackson Hayes muffing a dunk, I guess we call it, during the dunk contest yesterday, during All-Star Weekend. We got plenty of NBA to talk about. Like, how do we fix certain things in the NBA? We'll get into that in just a moment with Trevor Lane of the NBA Front Office Show on Spot Track. Follow him on X as well, at Trevor Lane. And we'll get back into NFL offseason issues shortly, as well as keep you up to date on the Olympics. I think it's 6-1 Canada over France right now. U.S. drops the puck a little bit later. Alongside Kate Constable, I'm Chris Mack. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports and inside the Westwood One Sports app, live across North America on Sirius XM Channel 375. Thanks to Trevor for making the time this morning or this afternoon, based on what time zone you may be listening to us in. Thanks for doing it, Trevor. How are you? And what do you but before we get into All-Star Weekend, the failed dunks, the three-point contest being won by somebody who hasn't played yet, the regular season, all of that fun, what do you make of the punishment the NBA levied against the Jazz this past week for tanking? Just a $500,000 fine. I don't see personally how this dissuades teams from tanking going forward. This is kind of like the financial equivalent of you or I getting a speeding ticket. We slow down for a couple of weeks, we avoid the speed trap, and then before you know it, our foot's right back on the gas.
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you for having me. Appreciate it, and happy to talk NBA with you. But yeah, the tanking conversation has become at the forefront of the NBA side of the sports world here. And the Jazz are going to extremes right now in order to make sure that they keep their pick. It's a top 8 protected pick, so it's kind of an all or nothing situation. There's a lot of factors that are coming into play here when we look at the quality of this draft. I think that's part of what is spurring on this tanking push, because there are teams that believe they could have a franchise-changing superstar if they can get this pick here. And for teams like the Jazz, the Washington Wizards as well, it's an all or nothing situation where they could lose the pick completely if they don't find a way to lose enough games. So now what they're doing is benching players, their best players, in the fourth quarter in an attempt to technically check the box of playing that player, but also when it comes time to win the game, not ultimately go through and get that win. So this $500,000 fine, this is not meant to be the end-all be-all. This is the warning shot. This is the warning shot to the Jazz and the rest of the NBA that they're not going to allow these kinds of shenanigans. Now, I say don't hate the player, hate the game. You've got the Jazz playing by the rules here, by the NBA's rules, and we all know how important one superstar is in basketball. Changes everything for you. So I don't blame the Utah Jazz for doing what they're doing right now. Tanking has been a thing for quite a while. It's up to the NBA to remove the motivation to tank. And clearly what they've done so far in terms of flattening out the lottery odds, it has not worked. The NBA, for their purposes, they have to put a stop to this. The fine, it makes sense. They have to let everybody know we are not going to allow this. There will be more punitive measures coming. Adam Silver talked about that yesterday. If this does continue, there's going to be stronger measures coming. This is the warning shot. But for the long-term future, the NBA needs to address the motivation to tank, and that may mean a drastic overhaul of the entire system. We'll see ultimately what they do there. That'll be a conversation for this summer. For now, it's going to be, hey, we're going to come after you if you continue to do these sorts of things. And that is, again, directed at the Jazz, but also the rest of the NBA. They don't want a third of their teams tanking, which is where we're at right now.
And I understand partially some of these teams tanking because like no one in free agency is going to the Utah Jazz. The best free agent that they've gotten is Carlos Boozer. So like how do these teams get significantly better and kind of climb out of the cellar of the NBA without high draft picks and essentially taking so they get those draft picks? Now, it doesn't mean it's necessarily right that they tank, but are there any other options really for teams like the Wizards, who have been terrible and shut down number of players, like Trae Young midway through this season? Like it just, I don't know any other avenue that teams are able to kind of climb back into relevance without, those high draft picks.
Well, certainly the margin for error for some of the smaller market clubs is lower than some of the larger market teams. It's not what it used to be in the 80s when you had to be in LA or Chicago or New York in order to be a star in this league. You had to be in one of these big markets. It's not quite like that, especially with social media and the way that it is. But it is beneficial to be in those bigger markets. So the smaller market clubs just have less of a margin for error. However, I do think you brought up Trae Young. It's a really fascinating shift that we're seeing this year. You look at the three main buyers on the market this season, and it was the Utah Jazz, the Indiana Pacers, and the Washington Wizards. Those are three tanking teams. Those are teams that are at the bottom. This is not typical for the NBA. Typically, the buyers on the market are the teams at the top that are trying to make a push to win a championship. So what we saw is those three clubs try to prey upon a market inefficiency, take some players that are big names, that are the quality of player that normally they would not be able to acquire, but are seen around the league as slightly overpaid. And so that's how these teams were able to get in on guys like Jaren Jackson, Anthony Davis, Trae Young, and get players that they normally wouldn't have access to, because under this current collective bargaining agreement, teams are completely allergic to any contract that's not a positive value. And so now we've seen these teams at the bottom say, well, no, these guys are forsaken by every other team in the NBA. Maybe we have a chance to step in and we'll deal with the fact that this guy's a little bit overpaid and we're going to get the quality of player that we wouldn't normally have access to. Now, is that a 1-year strategy that we see here and it's just stays in this season, or is this something that we see now more often moving forward? That's going to be really interesting. But otherwise, typically, you're right. It is the draft for most of these teams. That is going to be the path to actually land superstar level talent.
Trevor Lane of the NBA front office show on Spot Track with us here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. Adam Silver was asked about it yesterday, and he said, quote, "There's talk about every possible remedy now to stop this behavior," talking about the tanking. My idea, I threw it out the other day, Trevor, I don't know if this is feasible, if it's allowed under the CBA, would be if you find a team guilty of tanking, as they found the Jazz guilty of tanking, rather than the financial fine, which, again, I don't think $500,000 financially means much to a team bringing in $320 million in revenue. Cut their lottery odds in half. Oh, you're one of those 14% teams in the top three? Nope, sorry, not anymore. You tanked and we found you guilty of it. You're a 7% team now, and we'll spread the rest of the odds out amongst everybody equally. Is that something? Is that a possible punishment that they're looking at, altering the lottery odds for teams that so blatantly flout the system and trying to tank?
You know, Adam Silver said everything will be on the table and they will consider all these different options. There are lots of different plans out there that people have come up with, from having a tournament involving the lower tier teams, the lottery teams, to see who ultimately wins a first round pick, to maybe shutting off the record in terms of lottery seeding at a certain point of the season so that teams don't just tank down the final days of the season. All kinds of different ideas are out there. In terms of taking away those, that a percentage of your ping pong balls, as it were, in the way the NBA does the lottery, I don't mind that idea. And I think it kind of fits with the spirit of what the NBA has been doing. You look at their newer collective bargaining agreement, which just came in a few years ago. It essentially addressed the fact that now you've got owners in the NBA. They have bulletproof wallets. I mean, Steve Ballmer, you could fine him all day and he would never even feel it, right? He's got just insane amounts of money. So you've got to instead hit them somewhere that it hurts. And in that case, it is now in how they build out their team. It's why we've got the apron system in the NBA, which drastically limits your ability to put together a roster if you spend so much money. It's not just about finding a team. And so that may be a way to go. The question is, of course, where do you draw the line? Who decides what is tanking and what is not? For example, if the Utah Jazz were to play Lauri Markkanen, but they surround him with 3 two-way players out there on the floor, is that considered tanking? Is that not? Is that player development? It gets to be a bit of a tough decision in terms of where you draw the line between what is tanking and what is not. But I do think the NBA is going to be, they're going to be very open-minded trying to figure this out, because they do not want to be known as the league that has a bunch of teams trying to lose games, and that's what they've got right now.
Well, Trevor, let's switch angles here and talk about the All-Star game tonight. That's something that the league is also trying to figure out on how to make that better and more competitive. We heard at Media Day yesterday, Anthony Edwards come out and say, like, it's not really going to change. It just is what it is in terms of the competitiveness. Kevin Durant even said he went back and watched 80s and 90s All-Star games, and he didn't really see a difference in how competitive. So like the players understand that the league is trying to do different things in the All-Star game, but it doesn't seem like they care at all. So is it fair for fans to have any expectations of this thing turning around?
Historically, I would say no. They've tried a bunch of different. They tried the Elam ending. They tried team captains picking teams. Now it's USA versus the world. They've had a couple of things that have worked for a year, maybe two, and that's about it. And then it goes away and just ceases working. Ultimately, the players don't care. The players don't care about playing hard in the All-Star game. They just want to go out there and have fun. They care very much about being selected to the All-Star team. But they don't care that much about playing hard. And look, I don't even blame them for not going out there and playing hard. All of these guys are in a situation where one of them takes a wrong step, turns their ankle. With how congested the season is from here on out, you could drastically change your team's fortunes. So I know teams are not telling guys to go out there and give it their all in an all-star game situation like this. Guys are wanting a rest. And you think about, too, all of their teammates right now, the guys who made the All-Star team, what are they getting in their group text from their teammates? They're getting pictures from Caribbean islands right now. There is a sense that this is a break from the rest of the season. And so for all of those factors and many more, there's reason why these guys aren't going all out. Nonetheless, from a fan perspective, you'd like to see a real competitive game. I just don't know if the NBA is actually going to be able to change what it is here. And maybe they have to look at something more drastic. I kind of like the idea of taking the final of the NBA Cup tournament and putting that All-Star weekend in place. Still name All-Stars, but putting that in All-Star weekend rather than an All-Star game, just because it's going to be far more competitive. So it's a problem the NBA has tried to solve, but ultimately they need to get at the heart of the issue, and that's getting the players to care about competing in the All-Star game. And right now, they simply do not.
Trevor Lane of the NBA Front Office Show on Spot Track with us here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. Let's turn our attention then to the stretch run. Kendrick Perkins had a great line on Get Up on ESPN the other day. He said, "There's three things I fear: healthy food, reality TV, and the Detroit Pistons." How legit are the Pistons? They've opened up a 5.5 game lead now, Trevor, in the East. And those teams that are right behind them are those veteran-laden teams that everybody just sort of defaults to when we talk Eastern Conference, the Knicks and the Celtics. The Cavs are there as well, but basically curse themselves by trading for James Harden. So let's stick with Detroit. How legit are their chances this postseason to not just make a run to the Eastern Conference Finals? The bracket may almost put them there just based on who the matchups are, but to make a run to the NBA Finals.
So I think there's two important things with the Pistons, but one's positive, one's negative in terms of how far they can actually go in the playoffs. The number one seed, they've had a phenomenal season, a big step forward for this club. Cade Cunningham is amazing. He is a true superstar in this league, and Jalen Duren has had a phenomenal season as well. Love what he's doing. He's probably going to get a max deal this coming summer. But when we look at the Detroit Pistons, number one, they play a style of play that I think is going to translate very well to the postseason. And by that, they're ultra physical. They foul the hell out of everybody. They literally commit more fouls than anybody in the NBA. But guess what? Referees tend to swallow their whistles come playoff time. So I think that's going to serve them well. They play a very physical brand of basketball. They defend at a high level. They rebound at a very high level. One of the best offensive rebounding teams in the NBA. My concern, and if they're going to get tripped up in the playoffs, if they're not going to represent the East in the NBA Finals, what's going to trip them up is their outside shooting. I was hoping they would do more to address that at the trade deadline. They landed Kevin Huerter. That will help a bit, but I was hoping to see them make a big swing and go get, say, a Michael Porter Jr. or someone like that. They are one of the poorer three-point shooting teams in the NBA, and you need versatility come playoff time. Teams are going to dare them to hit shots from outside. If they are going to get tripped up in the playoffs, that will be their Achilles heel. So I'm hopeful that they can make a real run and get all the way to the finals, because they're a very fun team. They're a very exciting team, so athletic, so explosive, but we got to keep an eye on that outside shooting. That will be their fatal flaw if they wind up finding themselves on the outside looking in when we're at the NBA Finals.
Trevor, how about the team that you cover closely, the Lakers over in the West right now? I mean, they're in the 5th seed, but LeBron's out all the time. They're dealing with injuries with Luka. I mean, how realistic is it for them to stay this high in the standings, or, make an actual deep playoff run in what could be potentially LeBron's final year.
Yeah, I mean they're the 5 seed right now. I think it's somewhat realistic for them to stay in that range, the 4, 5, 6, somewhere in that range. You know, the West is very, very compact, and so there's some movement up or down, but right in this spot, probably realistic. I think the 10 teams that are in the playoffs and play-in right now in the West will be the 10 teams that are there when the dust settles. As far as actually making a push to go win the title this year, I don't have them in a contention tier. I think they're one level below that. They have issues defensively. They're not a particularly athletic team, and so they've got problems getting stops when they really need to. And ultimately, big picture, they've had a roster construction problem for years now, where they have too many players on their team that are one-way players. They can play offense but not defense, or defense but not offense, and that really gets exposed come playoff time. So I don't have them in that OKC, Denver, Detroit, New York in that true contender tier, but I think they're one level below that. They can make some noise. I think they probably top out. I hope not, but I think they could probably top out as like a second round exit type of team. There is that unknown element. You mentioned LeBron is out a lot. Luka's been out a lot. Austin Reeves has been out a lot. I mean, they have been absolutely decimated by injuries all season long. Every time they get one player back, 2 more guys go down and are out of the rotation. So there is still an element of the unknown where we've yet to really see this team fully together. But based on what we've seen so far, the weaknesses that we see on paper are indeed translating onto the court, and that's probably what's going to hold them back from being a true threat this season.
One word answer, Trevor. That's all we have time for. Where's LeBron James playing next year?
Not. This is going to be multiple words. Not the Lakers. That'd be my guess. Not the Lakers. It'd either retire or he'll be Cleveland, somewhere else. I don't know.
Great stuff. We appreciate the time today, man. Check out Trevor at LakersNation.com as well. Also the co-host of the NBA Front Office show on Spot Track. Enjoy as much as you can the rest of All-Star Weekend, Trevor, and we'll catch up again soon.
Hey, thank you for having me. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Trevor.
Absolutely. Great stuff from Trevor there on all the options that remain available to Adam Silver and the league for remedying the tanking problem. We can get back into that conversation, the two of us, Kate, in a little less than an hour. Nick Shook of NFL.com going to join us at the top of the hour to talk about the NFL offseason, that quarterback carousel that we brought up earlier. But coming up next, we have weird dreams working in sports. We just do. Sometimes sports infiltrate your dreams. Sometimes it's completely unrelated. Dream sequence next on BetMGM Game Day here on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day, only on Westwood One Sports. From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Top of the hour here on BetMGM Game Day. We'll hear from Nick Shook of NFL.com and NFL Network. Talk to him about the offseason maneuvers we expect, what makes sense, what doesn't. Obviously, it feels like a lot of it starts and ends at quarterback for many teams, which we discussed earlier. Alongside Kate Constable, I'm Chris Mack. You can always join the conversation as well at 310-840-4910. We live in a very strange world, Kate, where it's our job to talk about sports. So sports often infiltrates our minds at even the most inopportune times, like when you're trying to sleep. Now, I'll be honest, I don't remember my dreams often, so they have to be especially weird for me to remember them. But you're in a situation, 7 months pregnant, right? So you're not sleeping well to begin with, I can't imagine, right? And when you do sleep, it's probably that weird stage of REM-ish type sleep where you're getting all kinds of weird and crazy dreams. And I thought, you know what? Let's do ourselves a favor, and we can open it up to anybody who wants to fire off interpretations in the YouTube chat or on the phone as well. 310-840-4910, 310-840-4910 here on Westwood One Sports. Let's do ourselves a little bit of armchair psychiatry favor by interpreting our dreams, because they are weird and they are very hard to figure out what they mean sometimes. Sometimes they're very surface level and simple. But do you have a weird one you've had lately, Kate, that you remember, sports related or not, where you went, what the hell did my brain just come up with?
Chris, I have had so many. I mean, dreams in pregnancy are so vivid and it feels so real. But I was trying to think yesterday and this morning, I can't think of any of those right now. So last night, I knew we were having this segment. I woke up in the middle of the night and I had a weird dream and I thought, I need to remember this for tomorrow. So it's 3 a.m. I'm on my 6th bathroom trip of the night. And I'm all I can think about is don't forget this dream. Don't forget this dream. And of course I wake up and I can't remember it. So the one tiny aspect of a dream I had last night is not exciting at all. We do not need to spend any time on it. I don't think there's much interpretation, but there was escalators for cars to get to a parking ramp. So instead of a car driving up a ramp to go, you would get on an escalator for a full-size vehicle. That was my dream last night.
That's a weird one. I don't know. I don't know how to. Were you
what
in the car?
Mean? No, I was on a bike and I wasn't able to get to the parking ramp. I had to park my bike at the bike rack at the bottom of the escalator and the cars got to go up. So then I had to hike up this hill.
There's something in there about wanting to get somewhere that you can't get to. Yeah, there's something in there, but you're right. I had a weird one. So there was the big, Bad Bunny halftime show during the Super Bowl last week. And it was actually cool because one of our neighbors is Puerto Rican. And so she was kind of able to translate a lot of it for us as we were watching it at the Super Bowl party here in our neighborhood. And the dream I had, though, was almost like the complete opposite. I was at the Super Bowl party with the same people that we actually attended the Super Bowl party with last Sunday in our neighborhood. And we were all watching the Bad Bunny halftime show, but he was speaking in English, perfect English. And I couldn't understand what he was saying, though. It was the weirdest thing. He was speaking English, but I still couldn't understand it. And I was looking around at everyone else am I the only person that doesn't know what he's saying, even though he was saying English words, but I wasn't understanding it. So I internalized all of the ridiculous conversation about the Bad Bunny halftime show into some sort of weird thing about, maybe it's my insecurity about taking many years of high school and college Spanish and still not being able to get through 5 seconds of the Bad Bunny halftime show without having to turn to my Puerto Rican neighbor and be like, what did he just say?
Was your Puerto Rican neighbor able to interpret the English for you?
No. It was I wasn't even there. I was asking, but nobody was acknowledging that I was in the room. Everyone else was understanding it but me. So
Oh, well, that's
again,
a scary place to be, Chris. You had to feel like kind of an idiot there. You can't even
yeah,
understand
which
English.
isn't unusual for me. There's many times a day I feel like an idiot. But like it was weird because he was speaking English and I should understand it, but I couldn't. Again, I think it was some weird insecurity about not actually being able to understand spoken Spanish, even though I took like 5 years of it.
Yeah, I took a zillion years of Spanish, all middle school, high school, everything. I couldn't understand a lick of what he was saying. And I even thought I would like recognize a couple of the songs. There was only like one that like I don't know what do you call it? A tune at the beginning that's like a very viral, like TikTok-y, you put it on Instagram, the tune to leading into a song. That's the only thing I recognize. But I guess my question in your dream was, well, first of all, not even in your dream, did you enjoy the performance of Bad Bunny? Because I thought the performance was awesome. Not like the theatrics were great. Everything like that was awesome. But like in your dream, did you think that was really cool too? Or did you not like that part of it?
So in real life, I thought it was cool. Very good production value, all of that. Didn't take away from the fact that I didn't really understand any of the words or anything like that. And it helped that I had someone there to translate it for me. In my dream, I was just more agitated that I didn't know what was going on. That's what it was. And then all of a sudden, the rest of the dream faded off into darkness or whatever. It was just me being agitated that I couldn't figure out what was going on, even though he was speaking a language that I spoke. And it's some sort of inferiority complex I have about my inability to actually understand Spanish. Because like my wife gets very annoyed that when we go someplace on vacation, like we went to the Dominican last summer, I will try to speak a little bit of Spanish. Just to, I imagine it's probably appreciated by the locals, right? So like if I go to the bar, it's dos cervezas más, por favor. And it's very simple, very quick. Like, hey, two more beers, please. She gets super annoyed by that because she's like, you don't actually know what you're doing. Please stop. You're just a dumb American. I'm like, no, I'm trying. But like, I didn't understand what was happening in the dream.
Well, Chris, that is better than being the dumb American that just talks louder when they get to another country where they don't understand the language. I went on a family vacation in high school to Paris, and my mom is just screaming at the person, 2 croissants, 2 as loud as she possibly can, as if like they don't understand their hearing is wrong. Like, at least you're not doing that. So you had that going for you.
I always appreciate the poorly pronounced Spanish too. Like, dos cervezas más, por favor. And it's like, no, that's not going to work either. This segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save now at progressivecommercial.com. All right, back into the NFL offseason. We took a little bit of a trip on the quarterback carousel, but what else do we need to be looking for? With the Combine just a couple weeks away, then free agency, then the draft. Nick Shook of NFL.com answers some questions for us. That's next alongside Kate Constable. I'm Chris Mack. This is BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.
From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Super Bowl is behind us, so we're fully into off-season mode in the NFL for all 32 teams. We will talk to Nick Shook of NFL.com and NFL Network about where things go this offseason in just a couple of moments here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports, inside the Westwood One Sports app and live across North America on Sirius XM Channel 375 as well. Chris Mack alongside Kate Constable. I mean, the game has been over for a while. It's 10-2. Canada is leading France. We just had Tom Wilson go after a French defenseman for taking a high hit on Nathan McKinnon. So Tom Wilson has entered the chat, doing Tom Wilson-y things in that game. The U.S. plays later. Puck drop on that game at 3 Eastern for them. We'll keep you up to date on everything happening in the Olympics, plus plenty of NBA All-Star Weekend discussion as well, like how the heck do you fix this? How do you keep teams from tanking as well? But now that we've gone around the quarterback carousel, let's dive into the entire NFL offseason with Nick Shook of NFL.com. Thanks for taking some time today, Nick. We appreciate it. Let's start with, I guess, the champs, the Seattle Seahawks, because one of the biggest questions for them coming out of Super Bowl 60 may be, do they tag Super Bowl MVP Kenneth Walker after the postseason run he had, and where they go from there in fortifying things after winning Super Bowl 60?
Yeah, I think it's pretty fair to consider that that's probably their best option. Running back is a position that over the last, 5 to 10 years has kind of dipped in value and then kind of increased over the last few years as well. This is a running back in Kenneth Walker who has been largely consistent but didn't become the key part of the offense that the Seahawks really relied on until the last year and a half. And he was also part of a tandem backfield that was the backbone of a lot of their offense when they couldn't rely on Sam Darnold. And then they lose Zach Charbonnet at the other half of that tandem, and Walker becomes obviously the more prominent player in their postseason run. But if you look at his resume, he's got a couple of seasons of 1,000 yards. That, of course, is because he's had, to share the load a little bit there. And you also look at the running back market, and you're seeing an average Saquon Barkley making a $20.6 million per year. So the question becomes, do you pay him that type of money long term without really having the proof that he could get there on a consistent basis or be worth that type of money on a consistent basis? Now, you're in the honeymoon stage of Walker winning Super Bowl MVP and having a fantastic game. But we've seen other players have fantastic games in those small sample sizes in the past. Not to say that he's the same player as this, but you can think about Damian Williams with the Chiefs way back in Super Bowl 54, having a big moment in that one as well. I believe that it's smartest for them to franchise tag him because I think that you can get away with a year of paying the average of the top 5 salaries at the position and feel more comfortable about that than you would, signing him to a long-term deal. But also, if he is a part of your long-term plans and you don't believe that you could get, similar production at a cheaper cost from somebody else, it would be wiser to get the deal done maybe now than a year from now if he continues on that trajectory when other guys are, coming due. It's always the battle with winning the Super Bowl and being a contender is keeping all the pieces together as best you can. But I think the tag is going to be the route for them.
Well, how about the team that lost in the Super Bowl, the Patriots? Where did they go from here? Because Drake May certainly looked like a very young player in that Super Bowl. Will Campbell, that's an understatement, not his best game. But are the Patriots, was their run this year a product of a very easy schedule and some of the other bigger name quarterbacks bowing out early? Or are they a team that you still see being at the top of the league towards the end of the season?
Yeah, I think it was a combination of factors that you just listed there. It was a bit of a unique year in the AFC in that a lot of the titans of the conference that would typically stand in the way of others just did not make the playoffs. You talk about the Chiefs and the Ravens, you can continue down the list. Joe Burrow and the Bengals even. And so it did make for a slightly easier path. I always felt this season, especially as we got into November and December, that the AFC was just a flawed conference. It was a flawed league this year. There was no perfect team. But the weaker conference between the two was the AFC. I thought the two best teams in the NFC were the Rams and the Seahawks, and they were the two best teams in the NFL as well, and we kind of saw that play out. So I think that definitely contributed to the Patriots having the ability to get there, but, that's not to discredit anything that Mike Vrabel and staff have done in turning this franchise around in such a short order. I believe that their defense produced a championship-level performance in the Super Bowl, and we'll never remember that, because their offense could do so little that it ended up, getting them buried, and they lose by, 16 points. But you also have to consider that their defense is an assembly of a few young guys and a number of short-term veterans that were coming there for either a chance to reunite with Vrabel or a chance to prove themselves with a starting opportunity that they may not get somewhere else. I think about Jalen Hawkins, the free safety. He's one of those types. You could look at Caleb Von Chason, who had a career year. He was a guy that a lot of people had thought was never going to live up to his expectations as a former first-round pick. And you can continue to go down the list. Robert Spillane, and so on. And so I think that it's hard to always keep those teams together. But it was a proper mix, covering them the whole week in the lead up to the Super Bowl. In my mind, I thought, I've covered a lot of teams. No team feels as close as this team does, that has gotten to the Super Bowl. But they also admitted, as often players do, that they knew that this was going to be the last game that this whole team spent together, that it would obviously not be the same from year in and year out. They need to improve, in certain spots offensively and defensively, and I think it's going to be hard for them to replicate it with the current roster as it stands, with the expectation that the other AFC powers will, rebound and be there next year. But I think they also deserve a lot of credit just for getting to the Super Bowl in the first place with a franchise that none of us saw coming, doing it in such a short turnaround.
One of the whispers we've heard around Max Crosby, Nick, is the idea that he wouldn't mind ending up in New England. Is that a realistic possibility? And just how do you see, in general, the Max Crosby Raiders dispute working itself out this offseason?
Yeah, this is a thing that has dragged on for a while now. I mean, he just gets the extension last year, and it seems like it really started with the whole knee injury and then kind of forcing him to the sideline. Is he really hurt enough to play or not? And has only, gotten worse from there. But that's the product of being an excellent player on a team that consistently loses. You're going to get frustrated. You're going to want something better before long. The Raiders, the money part has already been solved. It's already, a top of the market deal for Max Crosby. It's just a matter of can the new staff convince him? Can Clint Kubiak and co. convince him? You saw the first step in that in the Raiders promoting his defensive line coach to defensive coordinator. That is a very blatant move to try to win. Not to say that the coach is not deserving, but it is a very blatant move to try to win Max Crosby's favor in this situation, because I think that the current position the Raiders are in is a tough one when it comes to leverage. If the player that you are seeking to trade has clearly made it that he wants out, almost to the point where you believe he might not want to even play, even suit up, even if he stays around, and you lose your leverage in a deal. So it would be in their best interest to try to mend the fences there, but he's also a player that everybody in the league would love to have on their team. I expect, or at least have expected for a while, that they were going to split. Now, kind of seems like it's shifting back toward, potentially them mending fences, but ultimately I still believe that he's going to find a way out, or they're going to give him, one of those lavish raises, because they have a lot of cap to work with right now. They have the second most in the NFL entering 2026, according to Over the Cap. So, but we'll see. It would be smart if they kept him, but I would not be surprised at all, because I've expected Max Crosby to be moving on from the Raiders for a while.
Raiders are going to be looking for their next quarterback, potentially drafting Fernando Mendoza. Is he someone that, if they do take him number one overall, that he can step in there and kind of change that franchise immediately?
That's a great question. Every rookie quarterback is different. Even the likes of a Burrow. Like, I remember watching Burrow in his second game of his rookie season from the press box in Cleveland, and just noticing in that moment, even though he was surrounded by an inferior squad, that this kid had it. Like, this was going to be a guy. Like, he was just wise beyond his years and very comfortable as a rookie, more than your typical rookie does. Mendoza's got this, this type of attitude, that just a style of play that just it's never say die. I mean, he got absolutely obliterated on the first play of the Big Ten championship game against Ohio State, one of the nation's best defenses. And by all accounts, it looked like he was going to be out for the rest of the game. He came back very quickly and ends up leading them to the victory over the Buckeyes on their path to the national championship. And so you got that gamer in him. He's a winner and all that good stuff. And you think, well, that might translate over to the next level. But you also have to wonder, how does the increased speed of the game, how does the surrounding cast affect him? And I hate that we put so much on these quarterbacks to just single-handedly turn around franchises, because the good stories usually come from a situation in which the offensive line around him is actually decent enough to protect him. The receiving core is decent enough to, create some separation and get open. The coaching staff isn't a dysfunctional mess. All those things matter when it comes to a quarterback hitting the ground running as a rookie or a second year or wherever he might be. And we often overlook that. And I don't know if the rest of that is answered with the Raiders yet. Their offensive line was the worst in the NFL last year. I know that the grades from like PFF might say that there were other offensive lines that were worse. I'm telling you, the Raiders were the worst offensive line last year. So that needs to be fixed. Part of that was because of injury and just, I think, poor personnel. They obviously have a running back that will fit really well in Kubiak's scheme, in the wide zone scheme. I think Genty's a great fit and will be a great source of insulation for Mendoza. And he's got a great tight end in Brock Bowers. And even Michael Mayer kind of came on a little bit last year. So those are the basic pieces that you need. But the receiving core needs upgrading. And most importantly, like I said, the offensive line. If you can't protect him, there's a reason Geno Smith had the struggle that he did this year. It's because he's an aggressive quarterback, and it's also because he was stuck behind the worst offensive line in the league. So if they don't fix that, it's not going to matter what Mendoza does. But if they do, which is a tough thing to do, then Mendoza's got a shot.
Nick Shook of NFL.com and NFL Network. Follow him on X at the Nick Shook. What about the rest of this rookie quarterback class? We were talking about it earlier, Nick. Like, Trinidad Chambliss is headed back to Ole Miss. It sounds like a lot of scouting departments and personnel departments around the league didn't have a very high grade on him anyway, which leaves the rest of the class as Ty Simpson, Carson Beck, Nussmeier, Aller, Klubnik. Where do you suspect the rest of these quarterbacks end up going? And could any of them end up being in a situation where, even as a mid-round pick, maybe they end up in one of those good opportunities that you talked about with a quality offensive line, weapons to work with, a good coaching staff, where we get shocked or surprised by one of those rookie second-tier quarterbacks next year?
Yeah, isn't it disappointing when all these big-time quarterbacks that, we've known their names for years since they were coming out of high school. You talk about, Simpson or Klubnik or, Carson Beck, Drew Aller, and then they just don't end up being what you want them as the draft approaches. It's something that I feel like has been becoming more common than it has in previous years, and maybe the portal has something to do with that. But yeah, I believe it's going to be Mendoza at 1. Maybe a team convinces themselves that Ty Simpson could be the first-round pick that they so desperately desire. A lot of it comes down to need in the NFL. And I feel like, doing the final quarterback index of the year, I'm filling out, all 63 spots, every quarterback who made a start in the NFL this year, and ranking them. And I'm thinking, I think there's less quarterback need this year than there is in previous seasons. I could remember an offseason in which we had 9-10 teams that were in the market for a starting quarterback. It doesn't feel like that this year. So I think the desperation is not going to be as ramped up as we've seen in previous years. So you won't see reaches. But let's also consider like the cases of Tyler Shuck and Jackson Dart just last year. They were projected to be around first round, maybe second round. They both end up, their teams kind of move up to get them in the back end of the first round and so on. And they both kind of pan out. So, a lot of recency bias, I think, comes into the way that teams approach the quarterback position, which is that, hey, we saw this style of player work really well with this team, and they made this aggressive move to go get him. Let's do the same thing. And oftentimes that doesn't work out. But I think that you have to have that type of player in the class. And this class just doesn't bring it for me. So I think that we're going to end up seeing a team probably take a big reach on Ty Simpson. Chambliss, not involved. Nussmeier, I mean, they had an opportunity at LSU to do a lot of good things this year, and they just didn't. And he had to fight through a number of injuries as well. So I think the stock isn't super high on him. Beck will be an interesting case because I think his reputation was understandably not very strong going into the playoff. And then Miami's run and the plays that he made, especially against Ole Miss, lead me to believe that he might get a little bit of late arriving momentum in which you see him end up going, early day 2 perhaps. And look, Dylan Gabriel was a 3rd-round pick last year, so the bar is not super high. Yes, the Browns swung and missed on that one, obviously, but the bar is not that high with some of these guys who could be mid-round prospects with some potential value. Allard being another one coming off of injury. A lot of people saw him as a 1st-round pick before, this past season kind of happened. So I think there could be some surprises in day 2 that we end up seeing pan out a year or 2 from now, but it's not going to bring the same, marquee headliner name that we've seen in previous years.
Nick, selfishly, I want to ask you about my Chicago Bears. A great season last year. Caleb Williams seems to be the guy. Ben Johnson, first-year head coach. He was phenomenal, but they won a ton of games late in the game and kind of in dramatic fashion. Are they a team that is realistic to expect them to be a playoff contender for the next couple of seasons or going forward with Johnson and Caleb?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm glad you selfishly asked about them because they were one of my favorite teams to watch down the stretch. I was one of the last people to get on the bandwagon and believe that they were actually legitimate just because, like the Patriots, they had played kind of a soft schedule in the first 10 to 12 weeks of the season, but they started to prove themselves against some legitimate contenders. That game against the Bears on Black Friday really resonated with me, and then they kind of went from there through December and delivered some impressive performances. And it all started with the quarterback. It all started with Caleb Williams, who made a huge jump in year 2. It is not a coincidence that it happened under Ben Johnson, who was the perfect, the ideal, if not perfect fit as a coach for Caleb to maximize his potential and all of his, God-given talents that we've seen since he was a freshman coming in to win the Red River Shootout, at Oklahoma over Texas, coming off the bench. I think that if you have coach and quarterback, then you have a legitimate shot every year. They have some questions to answer on the defensive side. Nashawn Wright and Jaquan Brisker are both headed toward free agency. A lot of their depth is headed toward free agency. They were kind of not so much in the same mold as the Patriots, but a little bit an assembly of young and vets that blended really well together this year, but doesn't project to have a ton of long-term success, though I think they probably are built better than the Patriots are on that side of the ball right now. And I love the potential they have on offense. I wonder if they're going to move on from DJ Moore and find another, higher quality receiver. The whole A.J. Brown thing out there, I just get a little tempted when it comes to some of these teams that I think could use an upgraded receiver, because if the Eagles are never going to capitalize on that man's talents, I would love to see him, land somewhere else that would. And I think Chicago would definitely be a place with Ben Johnson as the coach that would take advantage of that. So, yeah, I think the future is super bright for the Bears. I'm excited to see how they can build on this year. It's obviously hard to replicate success, but I'm very excited to see what they can do in 2026 and beyond.
In a word, because we're up against it and got about 30 seconds here, Nick, can Derek Carr actually help an NFL team this year? Yes or no?
Yes. And 2 more words. Actually, I don't even think I have 2 more words. Yes. Yes. He can. It's got to be the right situation.
Great stuff, Nick. We appreciate the time today. Enjoy the rest of the off season because it'll come at us pretty quickly here with the combine just a couple weeks away. Thanks again for the time.
Oh, yeah, you're telling me. Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Check him out at NFL.com, on NFL Network, and on X at the Nick Shook. Nick giving us some insight. He's pretty high on your Bears there, Kate. Feels pretty good about things going forward.
I liked hearing that. That's great news. Yeah.
How are Bears fans going to handle positivity during the offseason? What is this?
I don't know. They're going to lose their minds. They're going to buy into it, lose their minds, and then be disappointed when we, lose a couple games early.
Yeah, that's inevitable. The negativity will come back around. Bears fans know one way, and that's it. Coming up next, the NBA All-Star Weekend is a mess. We got guys whiffing on dunks. We got guys not wanting to play. We got guys who haven't played a single regular season game winning the three-point contest. Is there a way to fix it? And more importantly, how do we get rid of the tanking? Doesn't seem like the financial component is really going to dissuade teams. We'll get into all of that next right here on BetMGM Game Day alongside Kate Constable. I'm Chris Mack on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. the breakdowns, the big games. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
Alongside Kate Constable, I'm Chris Mack. It is BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports. Inside your Westwood One Sports app and live across North America on Sirius XM Channel 375. Canadians took care of business against France in men's hockey, 10-2. So they seem penciled in, I would think, if not in ink, for the number one seed once they get to the knockout rounds. The U.S. plays later, 3 Eastern. They will drop the puck against Germany. Denmark leading Latvia, because I know you were on the edge of your seat waiting for the score in that one, Kate. 2-0 in the first period.
Whew.
So,
Burner.
That was one I know everybody was waiting on. We'll get back into the NFL offseason. Great stuff from Nick Shook a few minutes ago at the top of the hour. Something absolutely ridiculously funny was posted on social media this weekend because it's Valentine's Day. We'll explain some of the funnier points of it to you coming up in about 15 minutes or so here on BetMGM Game Day. You want to jump into the conversation about NFL offseason, NBA All-Star Weekend, anything else, college hoops, Zach Knows Ball, coming up in a little more than an hour. Our producer, Zach Kroll, will update all of you who've been buried under a mountain of football for the last 6 months on what you need to know going into the stretch run of the college basketball regular season, which is now just about 3 weeks left in it. But the NBA has their own issues, basketball-wise, Kate. You've got teams tanking, obviously so, like the Utah Jazz, which we can get into in just a second. But it's All-Star Weekend, and I don't know if anybody has ever cared less than NBA fans care about the NBA All-Star Weekend right now. They've got the U.S. versus World format for this afternoon's All-Star games, I guess we could call it. 2 U.S. teams, a World team. They'll play in these little 4 12-minute games, and teams will advance to a championship game. That doesn't fix All-Star Weekend. I don't know. We talked to Trevor Lane of the NBA front office show earlier. I don't know if there is a way to fix NBA All-Star Weekend. Much like the NFL Pro Bowl, it feels like an idea that needs to slowly be phased out. I don't know what the fix is, though.
I don't think there is a fix because the players don't care. Like they literally came out and said that yesterday in a lot of their media day press conferences is that like, we're not going to change the way we play, and it has to be buy-in by the players. So, I mean, I guess the way to fix it is financial incentives. Like if you can make a ton of money off of the All-Star game, sure, maybe that. But otherwise, like Victor Wembanyama is the only player that essentially wants to play hard tonight. Like he has come out and said he's going to. I would bet he tries to go for MVP again tonight, and maybe that kind of spurs some players to want to play harder. Is like, okay, this guy really doing this right now? And then other players kind of jump into that. But in terms of like actually getting people to care about it, I think it has to be some sort of financial incentive that's off the charts. But at the same time there, Chris, like these are the best players in the league and they're already making the top dollars in the league.
Right.
Because they're all stars, right? So like, are they really going to be that incentivized by another $1 million? You and I would be. Is LeBron James? Probably not. So it is really like, I don't know if there's much that the NBA can do. They've tried various things. Like the last time the All-Star game was competitive was the year Kobe died. And because they were playing for Kobe, like that's why that game was competitive. They changed the format in terms of like how the scoring worked, but teams wanted to play and kind of put on a show. I think there was some charity involved with it for Kobe. Like those were the things that made players play hard. And unfortunately, that's a terrible situation to make players actually care in the All-Star game, but they've tried everything since and can't figure anything out.
Yeah, I don't know if the solution to the All-Star break is, like Trevor Lane said earlier, maybe it's the idea of, we take the final of the NBA Cup competition and we drop the NBA Cup final into what would be All-Star Weekend. That's a big gap. You'd have to reorganize that whole play-in tournament schedule and how it works. But that may be one way. And I don't know. Other than that, there's the financial compensation necessary to make it palatable to superstars to want to put anything on the line at the All-Star break. They just, like you said, you can't get there. I mean, are you going to reward every player on the winning team like $5 million? I'm sure the league has the money, but
they're not going to do that.
They're not going to do it. Right. So I don't think there is a fix. And at the very least, over the last, say, 15 to 20 years, as the All-Star game has increasingly lost importance to the players, at the very least, we had the dunk contest or the three-point contest. We had these other competitions that on Saturday night would at least pull you in a little bit. Those don't even have the same juice anymore. Nobody wants to do the dunk contest. We have guys out there who we don't recognize. We have guys missing dunks, landing on their head. The three-point contest is won by a guy who hasn't played at all in the regular season. Great. Congratulations to Damian Lillard. But, this just, it's not the same as when you had guys who were true superstars taking that break in the middle of the season to actually try and prove they were better than their peers at certain things. I think back to like Larry Bird in the three-point contest or the dunk contest when it still mattered, Vince Carter, classic moments like that. And there's just no incentive.
Chris, Jace Richardson falling last night and hitting his head was like the epitome of what the dunk contest has become. If he wasn't able to get up, that was one, just a scary fall for him. You don't want the guy to get hurt, but that was like, holy cow, this is what the dunk contest has become. We're going to have to stretcher this kid off. He might have a concussion type of deal. It was like, everything just culminated into like, what are we even doing here? Some of the dunks, like Jackson Hayes, he tried to take off from like the free throw line. I think one of the other guys did that too. Maybe it was Johnson. But like back in the day, Zach LaVine was actually taking off from the free throw line, not 3 steps past it. Like that's the kind of dunks we're getting. We're not getting anything good. I couldn't tell you what most of these players have done throughout the regular season on their respective teams. I had to do a little research on Keyshawn Johnson before the dunk contest to figure out who he was and how many years he's been in the league and all of that stuff. Like you want the big name players. And then to also hear that some players didn't want to participate if Mac McClung was going to participate again. So Mac McClung all of a sudden comes out and he's like, I'm going to take a step back. I will let other guys have a chance at winning this year. That's where the dunk contest has gone to. And it's awful. Like it would almost, I know the league needs an all-star break, all-star weekend, all of that stuff. It's the TV rights deals, all the money, but like no one's watching this stuff like they used to anymore at all. It would almost like just everyone go take a break, get yourself healthy and actually play really hard. Don't load manage the rest of the season because you finally had like 4 or 5 days off.
Yeah, Swaggy McNolegs on the YouTube chat. I was seriously concerned for Jace Richardson. Where was a doctor? Yeah, they just kind of like gave him the old slap across the face, like, "Hey, you still awake, kid?" He was like, "Yeah, sure. Where are you?" I don't know.
We need an independent concussion specialist like the NFL has for that one because he might not have been able to get back up.
Right. So it's like I said, it's like the Pro Bowl games now. It's not even on in prime time or at a time when you know when to expect it. Nobody's excited about it, and it might be time to just do away with it. I don't see another cure to the NBA All-Star Weekend doldrums. As for the tanking issue that we talked about earlier, I really think the way to handle this, because like I said, financially $500,000, that fine the league levied against the Utah Jazz, is like you or me getting nailed for a speeding ticket. And yeah, it has a little bit of impact for a couple of weeks. We drive a little slower, but we just go right back to doing what we're doing. And the same thing's going to happen in the NBA. No teams are going to actually be deterred by a fine. It needs to be hitting them where it actually hurts them, which is, hey, we're tanking because we want to have one of the best possibilities of getting the first overall pick. Well, cut those odds in half. Take some of the ping pong balls out for that team, as it were, and cut their chances in half. once you get to the end of the season. That's the only way I can see actually deterring teams from tanking is, okay, you were tanking to get a better opportunity at a top pick. Well, now you don't have that better opportunity anymore.
I think we figured it out, Chris. Like, that is the only thing that's going to stop them, because that's exactly why they're tanking, is to have better picks or to keep their protected draft picks. Like, maybe a protected pick becomes unprotected type of deal. Yeah. But it's not the financial aspect that's going to deter teams. 500 grand, $500,000, that's nothing for the Utah Jazz. And for Danny Ainge, like, he would happily pay that for a top draft pick, top prospect, right? Like, someone that could potentially turn your franchise around, or at least in a better direction. You would pay top dollar for that. So, like, that's essentially what he's doing, is he's essentially paying for these bigger, higher draft picks by tanking and getting fined. Like, I mean, that's kind of a backwards way to think about it, but
but it's true.
It's take away the draft picks, and that's the only way that they're going to get them to stop. Otherwise, there's no reason for these guys to stop the tanking. The money doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't matter at all. NFL offseason is in full swing now that the Super Bowl is behind us, and social media shenanigans abound in the NFL offseason, in particular as it relates to Valentine's Day. We'll share something we found this week that I think we'll all get a good laugh out of, at least the parts of it that we can share. Coming up next, right here, we got you all day long here on BetMGM Game Day, right here on Westwood One Sports.
You're locked into BetMGM Game Day, Westwood One Sports. breaking down the biggest games and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
I have a ridiculously strong opinion about someone's logo and uniform. Ridiculous that I get this angry about this, especially because I'm not a fan of this team or the team that I think they're biting the style of. But I have to get this off my chest in about 20 minutes here on BetMGM Game Day here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Chris Mack alongside Kate Constable. Also, one of those long shot picks that we threw out for next year's Super Bowl has made what looks like a pretty key decision about a young piece of talent already on their roster. We'll get into that at the top of the hour as well here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One, live across North America on Sirius XM channel 375. The Americans and the Germans dropped the puck in Olympic hockey in about an hour and 20 minutes as well. So we'll keep you updated on that throughout the final hour of the show with you until 4 p.m. Eastern here today on Westwood One. You want to be a part of the conversation, you can jump in the YouTube chat or just give us a call, 310-840-4910, 310-840-4910. Do you have fixes for the NBA All-Star Weekend, for keeping teams from tanking the way the Jazz have, or just thoughts on the NFL offseason in general? It is that time of year, though, Kate, with nothing going on. The Super Bowl now a full week in the rearview mirror, where things can get a little silly on social media. And thanks to NFL memes on X, they shared their idea for some great NFL-themed Valentines this year, this past week on social media. And we have to share these with folks because they are truly amazing. Amazing in how funny they are, if nothing else. This segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. So in honor of Valentine's Day, let's talk about NFL memes Valentine's Day card. Before we get to that, though, Kate, I have to ask, 7 months pregnant, did you want to do anything for Valentine's Day yesterday, or did you just want to lay on the couch and relax?
Chris, so I worked yesterday afternoon. I was gone from about 8 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. So when I got home, no, I was sitting on the couch. We did do our Valentine's Day dinner on, what was it? Friday night. We did, a 7-month pregnant dinner and a basically you could call it a geriatric dinner. We did 5:15 reservation.
You got the early bird special.
We did. Went to a nice steakhouse. We were the first ones there at 5:15. We were out of there by 7:15. I'm in bed by 8:30. That's just kind of the MO these days. So we did do some Valentine's Day activities with dinner, but I mean, I kind of at this point, like, no, I don't care about anything. I don't want to go out. I don't want to do anything. I just want to be on the couch. So
you just
how was yours? Yeah.
It was good. We went to a concert. There was a country artist in town that we really like. Young guy named Chase Matthew was in town. So we went and saw him. I got my wife, I thought, a pretty thoughtful gift. She's developed this new obsession with jigsaw puzzles. And so I went out and got her a 1,000-piece puzzle that is a picture of us when we were much younger. But I got her the picture of us made into a puzzle. And so that should occupy her for like at least a week, I would think, this 1,000-piece jigsaw puzzle.
That is a great idea. Romantic, kind of fun. She can do it. As a puzzle person myself, great idea, Chris. Highly approved.
The problem is she takes over the entire living room floor with the puzzle. She gets this special puzzle mat out and all the pieces.
I have it.
I hate puzzles. I hate them. I can't even do like the ones we used to get for our kids when they were toddlers, like the 12-piece, like Doc McStuffins puzzle would make me angry. There's no way I could do 1,000 pieces. I'm out. I can't do it. But she'll sit there for hours puzzling. And I'm like, I can't. No, I get way too frustrated way too easily. But that's her jam.
We're a special breed. Those puzzle
people are a special breed. You got either a screw loose or one tightened too far, I think. I can't figure out which. But as for the Valentines that we saw from NFL memes on Twitter, there are some, I'm just going to be honest, we're not even going to read, let alone pop up on the screen if you're watching on YouTube. They're just a step too far for our fragile tastes. We may have found them funny behind the scenes, but we're not going to share them with you. Let's start with the Bill Belichick one. You'd never not be on my first ballot. And it's just Bill looking as Belichickian as you can imagine. Just looking like somebody's holding a gun to his head, making him try to smile. And it's that sort of half Belichick grin.
Could it be Jordan holding that, making him smile for this? Right?
Come on, Bill.
Great PR.
You have to look excited for Valentine's Day. Just try, please. So we pulled a few others. Max, go ahead and pop them up on the screen. We'll just bounce from There we go. Buffalo, are you the Lombardi trophy? Because I get choked up around you. It's the Bills logo, but I really feel like it should be Josh Allen, even though he hasn't actually played in a Super Bowl yet.
Well, there is a Josh Allen one. I don't know if that's one we can read on the air, but there is another similar-esque one with Josh Allen. It's right next to the Bills one on the screen, Chris. I don't know if we have a picture of this one, but one of my favorites is
I just saw the Josh Allen one.
Yeah. That one would maybe we save.
It's borderline. You know what? I'll read it, and I can be the one to get yelled at by the bosses.
All right.
It's Josh Allen's face, and it says, "You look like you'd finally be able to get me to finish."
Which is so good. It's so funny. Like, that's what a lot of these are that we're not going to read, but they're so good. Whoever put this together, great sense of humor. One of my favorites that's very PG is the Tony Romo one that says, "Ooh, yeah. I don't know, Jim. Should she be my Valentine?" Can't you just picture Romo saying that?
Oh, you can hear it in his voice. "Oh, I don't know, Jim. Should she be my Valentine?" 3rd and 6. Nance trying to call a game. Romo all over the place. The Jalen Hurts one was good, I thought. This tush ain't the only one getting some pushing tonight. Again, right on the border of what we can share. The Patriots one that's up on the screen now for those of you watching on YouTube. I hope you aren't expecting a ring this year.
Ooh.
That was... Yeah, that was a variation on a theme for a couple. There's Drake May. Let me know what time you want to go out. My schedule is easy. The Lions had a similar one. Hope you aren't looking for a ring. There was a Jerry Jones. No, a Cowboys one. I know it's been 30 years without a ring, but I promise you next year is our year. All variations on that same theme. I just saw the Justin Tucker Deshaun Watson one too.
Yep, that one is that one's good.
The Roger Goodell one we agreed was both clean and funny. I've seen the script and you're in it.
That one's good.
That's a good one.
The size isn't everything one with Bryce Young and Kyler Murray. Their faces are barely scratching the surface of the image there because shorter size. You can interpret it.
And everything.
The Joe Burrow one. This is great. I'm used to no protection. Phenomenal. Like
Jerry Jones, I wouldn't trade you for anyone.
Yep.
I think of the ones that we can't actually describe or explain on air, my favorite is the Ravens one. And again, you can go find this for yourself. Just search NFL memes on Twitter, X. Are you a double-digit lead? I'll let you finish the thought on that one regarding the Ravens. The Cam Scattaboo one, I'd run head first through a brick wall for you, is good. Daniel Jones. Roses are red, violets are blue. Remember that time when the Colts were 7-2? This is, I'd love to know.
Zach, our producer, liked the Shedeur Sanders one. Are you a Pro Bowl selection? Because I don't deserve you. That one's good.
That is good. CJ Stroud, I'd pick you 4 times over again, is a really good one. Justin Herbert, hypothetically, if I were to be your Valentine.
That's very clever.
Yep. Mark Sanchez, let's take a stab at love together.
The Mike McDaniel one too, that's on the screen. Perfect. That's Mike McDaniel.
What do you
for
think those meetings, those coaches meetings, are going to be?
Oh,
like?
my God.
Like with him and
With
Harbaugh.
Harbaugh, and oh my gosh, to be a fly on the wall in those coaches' meetings would be phenomenal content.
Speaking of social media, I don't know if you know Joey Molinaro.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So Joey is a Steelers fan. I've had a chance to meet him a couple times and talk to him. He did a great bit a couple weeks ago, basically imagining what the first Harbaugh McDaniel meeting must have been like. It was more about the pants that McDaniel was wearing than anything else, but it was phenomenal. So yeah, this is good stuff. Aaron Rodgers, promise I'll last longer than I did in the playoffs. There's some really good ones. And again, ones that we can't repeat on the air that we've alluded to. There's a very simple Chris Collinsworth one to my dearest love, Patrick. Which one got you? Which one did you just notice?
I just noticed it for the first time. I mean, this is terrible, but it's Tua. Merry Christmas, my love. Has no idea what holiday it is.
Oh, that's brutal. That's brutal.
Yeah.
So yeah, go check it out for yourself at NFL Memes on X. And enjoy the ones that we weren't allowed to tell you about or put up on the screen, because there were plenty. Coming up next, Kate brought up a team earlier that she really likes for a long shot Super Bowl bet going into next season. They've made a key decision about one player already who's on the roster and what he'll be doing next year. And I got to go off on one ownership group in particular, also in the AFC South. That's next, right here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
We might have to pull off an impromptu power ranking of sorts here in 20 minutes as we discuss this year's crop of rookie NFL quarterbacks, because it's been decided, at least for now, we'll see if the NCAA decides to appeal, that Trinidad Chambliss will be going back to Ole Miss. We'll get into that in 20 minutes here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. Inside your Westwood One Sports app, go download it now. All the games and all the thoughts on those games right there inside the app. Plus, we are live across North America on SiriusXM, channel 375, alongside Kate Constable. I'm Chris Mack. Before the end of the hour, before 3 Eastern, noon Pacific, Zach knows ball. Our producer, Zach Krull, is a hoops head, especially college hoops. And for those of you that have been buried under a mountain of football for the last 6 months, and you need to get caught up on what you may have missed through the first 2/3 or so of the college basketball season, we will do just that. Zach will help you get caught up on what exactly is going on and what to look for and what to expect in the final 3 weeks of the college basketball season. That's all coming up in this hour of BetMGM Game Day here on Westwood One Sports. Also, Kate had a thought about a team earlier in the show that she likes for a long shot Super Bowl bet going into next year. Because, yeah, why wouldn't we already start to look at next year's Super Bowl odds? But I have something I have to get off my chest here. The inadvertent leaking of a new Tennessee Titans logo may have taken place this week. Fanatics, I think accidentally, it was posted on social media, may have leaked a refresh, not a total redo of the Tennessee Titans logo, but a refresh. It's still the classic T with the 3 stars that you get from the Tennessee state flag, but it's not the darker blue that we've become accustomed to with the Titans. It's that lighter powder blue, the Houston Oilers love you blue. And look, I am not a Houston Oilers fan. Everybody knows I'm a Pittsburgh guy, but little known fact, I was born in Houston, Texas. That's where my whole dad's side of my family is from, is Texas. My dad was convinced his blood ran Oilers blue. He loved the Oilers. That was his team. And he tried to get on board with the Texans after the Oilers moved to Tennessee and the Texans were brought into existence about, 20, 25 years ago. But it was never quite the same as it was with the Oilers. And yet, we have the Titans under Amy Adams-Strunk, their owner, continuing to trot out all these Oilers alumni and Oilers colors. They even wear the old Houston Oilers uniforms. And they'll be so bold as to do it against the Texans when they come to Nashville, which is just rubbing salt in the wound to every single NFL fan in Houston. And it's absolute garbage. The Houston Oilers, much the way the Cleveland Browns had their history stay in Cleveland when the Browns franchise moved to Baltimore to become the Ravens, somebody needs to make this happen where the city of Houston gets their football history back. And it's like the Titans didn't exist before they moved to Tennessee, because I don't get offended by much, and this is a stupid thing to get offended about, Kate, but I personally get offended when the Titans trot out there in those Houston Oilers throwbacks, and now apparently are going to start using even more of the old Oilers powder blue. It's a stupid thing to get mad about, but I get irrationally mad about this.
Well, Chris, what else can the Titans do? They're at the bottom of the league. They need a little juju refresh. Texans are on the up and up. They're trying to just get some of that good, I don't know what you call it. But it does kind of feel like a nice little trolling. Like maybe they're just trying to get in the heads of their opponents. And the only one that they really can because of this situation is the Texans.
It's a super troll job. That's all it is a troll job. Look, the players don't care. Like none of them were even alive probably when the Oilers picked up and left Texas and moved to Tennessee.
Yeah.
But the fans, especially an older generation of fans, they care. If you're an older NFL fan in Houston, you remember the Oilers. You remember the Warren Moon run and shoot days. You remember Earl Campbell. You remember all of it, and you are attached to that. And to think that it just picked up and left because Bud Adams wanted to move the team, was it now almost 3 decades ago now, that you don't have an attachment to that history anymore, and some dude living in the suburbs of Nashville in Hendersonville gets to pretend like he was a Warren Moon or Earl Campbell fan? Get the hell out of here.
Tell me how you really feel, Chris.
I told you I get irrationally angry about this. I don't know why.
You just hate yourself because you said all the old guys that remember, the Oilers back in the day. Well, so Chris, again, get angry. You're getting pretty worked up about this one.
I am, because I remember one of my favorite early memories as a kid was around Christmas time one year. I remember my Steelers were playing my dad's Oilers in a really big game in the Astrodome. And I remember watching it on TV, like as we were decorating the Christmas tree. And little 8-9-year-old Chris was having a blast with it because the Steelers weren't particularly good that year, and the Oilers were. They had, like I said, Warren Moon, Ernest Givens, the run and shoot offense. And I just remember getting such a kick out of the fact that my team was beating my dad's team. And so I do have this weird sort of connection to the Oilers. It's the same thing, like I said, as when the Browns picked up and left Cleveland to go to Baltimore. I remember, even though as a Steelers fan, I hate the Browns, and as a Pittsburgher, I hate Cleveland. Like, you're just told that's the way it's going to be as soon as you're old enough to remember or understand anything, that I felt bad for Browns fans. Like, they're stealing your team from you. And at the very least, Browns fans got to keep the history of the franchise in Cleveland. Houston fans didn't even get that luxury because everything's in Tennessee now. It's like your favorite football team didn't exist before 2002 or whatever it was.
So this would essentially be like if the Los Angeles Rams readopted the logo from the St. Louis Rams, and then you have a bunch of St. Louis people all up in arms.
Yeah. Well, I think the Rams do that. Like, they still hold a really close connection to that Greatest Show on Turf team and all of that.
Yeah.
But that kind of makes sense to an extent because they were the LA Rams. They moved to St. Louis, and then they came back to LA. So
yeah. And they've stayed the Rams the whole time, right? Versus Oilers and then the Titans. I mean, I just don't like this new logo. Like, objectively, I guess that would be subjectively. I just don't like the new logo. Whether or not it has it does have ties to the Oilers. Like, forget that. I just think the logo's stupid. It just looks, it doesn't look good. I like the old one better.
The Titans have always been an organization and a franchise, I think, that's kind of in search of an identity. And they want to be Tennessee, but they're, I think, distinctly Nashville. Like, you go to Nashville and there's a lot of pride around the Titans when they're playing well. And it's not really one of those statewide teams. Like, they don't have a massive regional fan base. And to just sort of latch on to the history of the Oilers, like I said, I become irrationally angry about it. It's stupid. But I had to get that off my chest. Keeping it in the AFC South. Near the top of the show, we took a way too early look at Super Bowl 61 odds, now that we're just a week off of Super Bowl 60. And we looked at some teams a little farther down the board, and one of the ones you identified was the Jacksonville Jaguars. You think they take another step forward under Trevor Lawrence and Liam Cohen. Travis Hunter, who, of course, missed most of the second half of the season, is, I guess, planning to be a starting corner now and only play sparingly or part-time on offense. So this is an interesting development, I think, for a Jacksonville offense that, went out and got Jacoby Myers. Mm-hmm. I think the question of whether Etienne is back or not, or whether they necessarily want him back or they'll let him walk in free agency, is another one as far as weapons on offense go. But a team that drafted Travis Hunter really high because they believed he was going to be that dual threat weapon, and they're already sort of taking that step back to, no, we want you to focus on defense, and offense can kind of be a moonlighting gig for you.
Well, I think that's the right move. Like, I know they had the expectations of him playing both sides, but I just don't think that's the reality in the NFL. I mean, you can count on, one hand, a couple fingers, how many guys have done that successfully in the NFL versus doing it in college at Colorado, a completely different story. And I think putting him on the defensive side of the ball is also the right move, because you look at the pass defense last year for the Jags, and they were at the bottom of the league. If you can add a top caliber defensive back, like, all of a sudden that aspect of your defense, which was one of the worst aspects of your defense, gets a little bit better, and you're not even having to use a draft pick on that or acquire anyone in the offseason for that type of position. And I think that also just goes with the move to get Jacoby Myers and the success that he had once he came over to Jacksonville, is that's another receiver that you can count on. I mean, let's hope Brian Thomas Jr. has a better year next year, but with the offense that Liam Cohen and Trevor Lawrence have kind of the marriage there, having success this past season and really building towards the end of the year, like, you have a lot of good things going on in Jacksonville right now. They're a long shot to win the Super Bowl for a reason, but if you're looking for long shots, I think there's someone that you could take a peek at. The run defense for Jacksonville, that was the best in the league last year. And at portions of the season. If you look at the final rankings, they're up there. So I think that Travis Hunter, I think it's smart that he only plays one side. And I wouldn't be surprised, Chris, if he really doesn't play much wide receiver at all. Like, maybe a handful of packages, but like, they say he'll play a little bit. I wouldn't be shocked if he is like almost 99% defensive side.
To your point, I think it does make sense. I think this is the way they should have gone coming into the year last year. Now, obviously, the injury kept him from doing anything, like I said, most of the second half of the season. But when you look at their roster and the way it stacks up, they need him more in the secondary on defense than they need him at wide receiver. Like we've said, Jacoby Myers, Brian Thomas Jr., Parker Washington had some really solid moments down the stretch.
Brenton
Tim Patrick, I think. Yeah, Brenton Strange, if they really start to open up the playbook and use him more, I think could be one of the better top 10 tight end in the league. Tim Patrick and De'Ami Brown, wide receiver depth. There's some free agency questions there, but even still, Travis Hunter would slide into the depth chart right now as their wide receiver 4. So you don't know how much he's going to be out on the field in that spot anyway. You look at corner, Monteric Brown is a free agent. I think Greg Newsome may be a free agent as well. Christian Braswell is a free agent, I believe. So you're really down to Travis Hunter at corner. So you need him much more on the defensive side of the ball than you do on the offensive side of the ball right now. So to your point, this does make sense.
And I mean, think about when Travis Hunter went out. He played his last game October 19th, and the Jags were 4-3 at that point. They weren't looking all that great. They had just lost 2 straight. And then all of a sudden, towards the back half of the season, that offense looks significantly better. So they saw what that offense looks like without Travis Hunter and said, essentially, we're okay with the pieces that we have without him. We had success. We have a path to continued success on offense without him. But to your point of all of those names you just named in free agency, like, the defensive side is the side that needs a whole lot of help. And Travis Hunter is a little bit of an undersized wide receiver as well. Like, the speed and the quickness in the secondary is kind of what matters a little bit more than your, height in terms of going up and really catching balls as a wide receiver. So I like the move for them to make Hunter solely a defensive player.
I think the most interesting decision for them offensively in the offseason is, again, what they do at running back. Whether they're interested in bringing Travis Etienne back or not. Are they just comfortable with Bajal Tootin and finding another complement to him? at running back. If they're comfortable at running back without necessarily having to bring Etienne back, then yeah, the questions are on defense, mostly in the secondary. Devin Lloyd is a free agent as well. But I could see that division is a weird one because it feels like the only thing that kept the Texans from going deeper into the playoffs was a quarterback that we all thought would have things sorted out by now. And it's obvious that CJ Stroud, I don't want to say the rookie year was an anomaly, but you look at it statistically now, and it has been an anomaly. He hasn't come up and made the big plays they need him to make, especially in big games, that we thought was going to be a part of his DNA already. And so without the Texans necessarily, they're going to extend CJ Stroud this offseason. I don't think that's a question mark, but it's a question of whether he can actually pay off during that window of that extension. The Colts are in quarterback purgatory, but seem to have a decent roster built out around that position. And then there's the Jags. And, you know, they're right there, like you said. I'll be curious to see, was this past year the ceiling for Trevor Lawrence?
Yeah.
Or is there even more room for growth?
That'll kind of be the telltale. Because, I mean, like we saw with CJ Stroud, his rookie season, you can have one good year. The challenge is stringing together multiple good seasons. And so far, what we've seen from Trevor Lawrence really is one good season. And maybe you could even go ahead and say a good half of a season. I mean, from their bye week in week 8, they only lost one game. So like the back half was really the turning point. But it's just, I mean, they do play in that division that's just more wide open. Maybe the Colts bounce back to the Colts, how they were to start the year versus finishing the year with 7 straight losses. But I mean, you can throw the Titans out of the picture in that one, or the Tennessee Oilers, whatever you want to call them.
Stop. Tennessee. Well, they actually were the Tennessee Oilers for a couple years, and I remember thinking how stupid that was. You're going to set me off again. Okay, I'm going to stop. I'm going to refocus because Trinidad Chambliss, it looks like we're as close as ever to that being cemented in that he is actually coming back to Ole Miss for another year after a judge came down with the decision against the NCAA this past week. But what's the rest of this year's rookie quarterback class look like? And something very interesting came out of that Chambliss hearing, the most recent one. Somebody said something they really didn't need to say, and I have a feeling that Kate in particular has thoughts on it. That's all next here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
You're locked into BetMGM Game Day, Westwood One Sports. breaking down the biggest games and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Some major dents in the armor for Arizona basketball, maybe. 2 losses this week after coming into the week undefeated. Zach knows ball. Our producer, Zach Krull, will get all of you who have been buried under a mountain of football for the last 6 months up to speed on what you need to know in the world of college basketball, because March Madness is right around the corner. That's coming up in 20 minutes here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports, inside the Westwood One Sports app, and live across North America on SiriusXM Channel 375. I'm Chris Mack alongside Kate Constable. We got you, getting you ready for the NFL offseason as well. If there are things you want to bet on, and there's plenty going on, no matter the matchup, betting with boosted odds makes every basket mean more. Activate your odds boost token for any college basketball bet, and you'll receive a bigger payout if your bet wins. Get set for tip-off right now inside the BetMGM app and make it legendary. So Trinidad Chambliss, it sounds like it's finally been decided, is going back to Ole Miss. Who knows if the NCAA will appeal the decision made by a Mississippi State judge earlier this week. We will get into what we think of the quarterbacks that are coming out in just a minute. But Kate, as a woman who is 7 months pregnant, I thought you'd probably have some opinions on what Ole Miss assistant coach Joe Judge had to say during this Chambliss hearing about players who have kids during the season.
We would have to educate significant others who may have been pregnant during the season or going to have a baby during the season. And you have to educate them on, you have this baby in the middle of the season, that father has to play good football, right? It's a day-by-day production business. He has to be ready to perform and go out there and play. And when I say that is, you need to let him sleep.
You need to let him sleep, all right, Kate? Listen, there's important things going on. He's got a blitz to break down in the morning. He can't be getting up to change a diaper or feed a baby. Come on now.
No, absolutely not. Yes, Chris, as someone who's 7 months pregnant, I do have some thoughts on this. What was the point of him coming out and saying that? I had to Google, is Trinidad Chambliss having a kid next year? What was
nope,
that?
Not that we know of.
Exactly. So no, he should be still in the bedroom helping out. He just had a child. If he is mature enough to father a child, he's mature enough to, figure out a schedule that works where he still can perform at his job. If my husband were to come to the table and say that he needs to perform at his marketing job the next day, and so he's going to have to sleep in a different room and isn't going to be able to be up for feeds or diaper changes, we might be getting some lawyers to draw up some paperwork, because that would not be flying on my end. So that's just absurd. It really is, but it's also really a sad reality of that is kind of the expectation in professional sports. And unfortunately for a lot of the women out there, I'm sure there are plenty of athletes that kind of abide by that. And maybe it's easier when you have that type of money. I mean, I didn't realize, Chris, that were night nurses a thing when your kids were young? People are paying people to come over and take care of their kid at night so you can sleep. That's just a foreign concept to me. But that's becoming, as I'm learning more about, this is my first kid, so everything's new for me. I'm learning more about pregnancy and how to care for a child immediately. And everyone's like, oh, well, get a night nurse. Get a doula. They can do the laundry. They can do that. What?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe Trinidad Chambliss, he's trying to come back for another year because he can make another $5 million. He clearly has the cash to pay for that. But us normal folk, no. So Joe Judge, I mean, he didn't need to come out and say any of that. It just is odd that he would do that in general. And it's just not the reality that most of us live, and not the reality that athletes should have to live in. It's a special time having a kid. Yes, you want to perform at your job. Yes, you're being paid millions to do that, but you also need to take care of your family.
Was the weirdest part to me was Joe Judge feeling the need to say this at a point where it's not like he had been asked specifically about it. All he had to do
Right.
was give a simple answer about how athletes need to stay well rested for performance reasons, da-da-da-da-da. But to take the opportunity to go off on this rant about not getting up to change diapers was really odd to me. And I'll be honest, if I were in the portal, if I were an older player in the portal looking for a place to go play, I'd kind of look twice at Ole Miss now. Like, do I want to deal with that guy telling me what to do at home? No thanks, Joe Judge. It's not like you've got a great track record of success. So, yeah, I found it really, really strange.
Chris, maybe it is going to be more of the norm because guys like Trinidad Chambliss and Joey Aguilar are trying to play their 17th year in college football and are 45 years old at this point.
Yeah.
So they are probably having kids in college. So maybe it is like something that is going to become more talked about, but I don't know. Joe Judge is, that's nuts.
Yeah, it was really, really weird. As for Chambliss, like I said, actually being found eligible by this judge or being granted a 6th year of eligibility to go back to Ole Miss, it thins out this year's draft class in the NFL even more. Dane Brugler of The Athletic recently dropped his top 100 prospects list. There were only 3 quarterbacks in the top 100. He had Mendoza ranked number 2 overall in the top 100, Ty Simpson 34th, and Garrett Nussmeier 82nd. We've talked about Carson Beck. We've talked about, Drew Aller, Cade Klubnik. I don't know if we had to do an impromptu power ranking of the quarterbacks in this draft. I think we'd both agree Mendoza is number 1, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. From
most
there,
NFL ready quarterback.
Yeah, from there, I think I think you immediately start to get into a debate about who's number 2. Like, I watched Ty Simpson. And maybe this is on me, but I can't get the memories of the first game against Oklahoma out of my head. I saw Ty Simpson struggle in the SEC championship game and look really, really bad. Now, the counterpoint to that would be the other quarterback that I have kind of next there would be Carson Beck. And Carson Beck certainly has had his moments that we've all witnessed where he didn't play well. And he seemed to wipe away a lot of those memories through late in the season and through the playoff run that Miami had until, obviously, the final offensive play of the season for the Hurricanes. But I would look at Beck before I would look at Simpson. And just to be clear, I don't think either one of them I would look at in the first round. Maybe late second, early third.
It feels like... And I'm with you. Like, outside of Mendoza, these quarterbacks aren't set to be franchise-altering quarterbacks.
No.
Or franchise quarterbacks at all. I mean, you could take away the altering. Like, they're probably going to end up being career backups, is what it feels like. And it's kind of like, which version of these players are you going to get? Which version of Carson Beck are you going to get? If you get the really good version, he could be an asset to your team. Same with Garrett Nussmeier, Ty Simpson. But there's also a version of those players, like you mentioned, Ty Simpson in the SEC championship game, where you can't even imagine him being out on an NFL field. So what this is going to come down to in terms of where these players go and drafting is how teams think that they are able to develop these players, because that's where the growth is going to have to come, is developing them as the backup, as the third string quarterback for the first couple seasons, because you're not throwing anyone outside of Mendoza out to start the season next year. That would be a disaster for the player and it's a disaster for the franchise. So I'm not sure it really matters where within the draft these players go outside of, the money attached to a higher draft pick versus, a late rounder. Because it's a soft draft. I think this is one of the worst quarterback drafts we've seen in a long time.
I also think it's going to be interesting to see, and look, this will happen a lot more in the next month or so as we have the scouting combine coming up in a couple of weeks out in Indianapolis. And then we have pro days and things like that throughout the month of March as well and early April. I'm curious to see how guys like Garrett Nussmeier and Drew Aller in particular handle themselves in those situations and if it helps float their draft stock back up towards the surface. Because those were 2 guys that I think coming into this past college football season, we looked at and said, okay, both of these guys have first round potential. And then Nussmeier, between injuries and a coaching change, well, both guys, between injuries and a coaching change, didn't really get to show out the way we expected they might. And I think both guys do have potential to be mid-level NFL starting quarterbacks if everything goes well for them. But I don't know if anybody is really going to reach on that high end. If the ceiling is mid-level starting quarterback, I don't know if anybody's reaching on them in like the second or maybe third round.
Well, just think back to last year, third round picks. Dylan Gabriel, he was a third rounder. How did that turn out?
Oof.
Like, it feels like that's kind of the level of where some of these other quarterbacks are. I wonder if any of the interview process at the draft will change how teams look at these players. Like, was it Drake May a couple of years ago, his interview, and like just how he processed the play calls and then, the processing speed within when they were just off the field stuff, talking about, their systems and stuff. Like, does that change how they view a player in terms of, okay, this guy has it up here, we now just need to match it on the field? That's where he's been lacking a little bit. So I don't know. I still think that you're not getting anyone in the second round, third round. I mean, I think who does Field Yates has Ty Simpson to the Steelers at 21.
Nope.
I think that's a little high.
Not happening.
Burglar has him at 34. That even feels a little high. Like 82, where Nussmeier is on Dane Burglar's list, feels a little bit more accurate.
Yeah, you're right. I would. So let's rank our top 5 quarterbacks in this draft class. Then we can each have different sets of rankings. This is an impromptu power ranking. So Mendoza 1. Who do you have after that?
I'm going to go Carson Beck.
Okay, I'm actually with you on that. I'm with you on Carson Beck being number 2 in this draft class. I know everybody's going to continue to hammer him for the mistakes he made and how he lost poise at times. But what I saw against high-level competition late in the year until the end of the national championship game gives me hope that it can convert, especially because he's experienced, into Sunday performance. Again, absolute ceiling, I think, is mid-level NFL starting quarterback. I want to be clear about that, but I'd have him number 2 as well. Who's your number 3?
I would probably go Ty Simpson, number 3.
I think I'd go Nussmeier, number 3.
Ty. Yeah, I know you're not as high.
I'm not high on Ty Simpson because, like I said, I mean, we can go back and watch tape against SEC teams, and look, that's high-level competition. I get it. But you go back and watch Ty Simpson's tape against the best teams he played, like in the SEC championship game, in the Rose Bowl. He looks like he's absolutely drowning. And that doesn't give me hope that short of a couple of years on the bench and learning very slowly and coming along, he can be a starter in the NFL. Nussmeier, I think, has the arm strength that he could be, like I said, absolute ceiling, mid-level starting quarterback in the NFL, but I would take him ahead of Simpson. So I'd have Nussmeier 3, and then maybe Simpson 4 or 5 with Aller in the mix there too at 4 or 5. Who would you have 4 or 5 behind Simpson?
Similar to you, I would have Nussmeier and Aller there. 4 or 5. I mean, also, Chris, like, this is kind of a cop-out, but solely because there aren't really any other quarterbacks to put at 4 or 5. Like, that's kind of the end of it. So interchangeable for Aller and Nussmeier there for me, 4 or 5. I'm not high on Drew Aller at all. I don't think he's going to translate to that level. So I guess maybe I'd throw him at 5, but there's not a whole lot of talent at the quarterback position this year.
Yeah, the one guy I'm kind of curious about, and I'm not saying I would rank him in the top 5, but the one guy I'm curious to see how he gets used at the NFL level, if he gets used at all, would be Haynes King from Georgia Tech, because he was like Mike Allstott with an arm. Like, he would stick his nose in anywhere and break tackles. You could use him around the goal line. I don't know if he's not more like a Taysom Hill type.
I was just going to say that might be
at the NFL level
how he's used.
Yeah, and he gets moved all over the formation, different positions and stuff. But that was a guy I really liked throughout the year. Probably not anything more than a late third day draft pick, but I'll be curious to see how he does get used when and if he gets to the NFL level. It is BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One alongside Kate Constable. I'm Chris Mack. Coming up next, you have been buried under a mountain of football for 6 months. It's time to get up to speed on what's going on in college basketball. Luckily, we've got a ball knower. Zach Krull, Hoops Head, our producer, will get you all up to speed. Zach knows ball. Next here on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day nationwide on Westwood One Sports. down the biggest games and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Just a few minutes away from the U.S. facing off against Germany in men's Olympic hockey. They'll need to beat the Germans by at least 10 goals if they want to have the number one seed in the knockout rounds of the men's Olympic hockey tournament. Canada won big over France earlier today, so they seem to have locked up that number one seed. And the U.S., with a win, would be the number two seed going into, like I said, the knockout rounds. We'll keep you up to date on that game as it progresses. We are with you till 4 Eastern. So another hour and 15 minutes with you here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. Alongside Kate Constable, I'm Chris Mack. We just got done breaking down the quarterbacks available in this year's NFL draft because we are now firmly in the offseason. But if you've been buried under about 6 months of football and you're trying to catch up on what's going on in college basketball, with just about 3 weeks left in the regular season, March Madness right around the corner, we will get you caught up with our producer, Zach Krull. Zach knows ball in just a second. This segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance. Protect small businesses with affordable coverage options. Get a quote today at progressivecommercial.com. Officially the first Sunday without football. So let's start. I mentioned this a couple minutes ago, Zach. The number one team in the country, the Arizona Wildcats, came into the week undefeated, and then they lose at Kansas on Monday. They lose yesterday to Texas Tech. Is this showing some serious dents in the armor for Arizona and why maybe they do get bounced early in the tournament? Or is this just a late season hiccup for a team that maybe felt good about their spot? I don't want to say is coasting into the postseason, but which one is closer to the truth here? Arizona, legit title contender, or Arizona has some problems?
Well, Chris, before I give you a direct answer on that, there is some context on these two Arizona losses they suffered this week that I wanted to bring to the table. Number one, they lose on Monday night at Kansas, and there was a ton of controversy around this game because just about 20 minutes before, Kansas's star-studded freshman Darren Peterson gets ruled out with the flu. That's number one. And even though many would think without the potential number one pick in the draft, Kansas would be in major trouble, he's been off the court so many times so far this season that I kind of feel like Kansas has gotten used to playing without him. And they've done a really good job. I think Bill Self, this is one of his better coaching jobs throughout his legendary career. But also, he's never lost at home on Big Monday in the Fog. He's been Kansas's coach for over 2 decades now, and he just doesn't lose at home on Big Monday. So that was a tough spot for Arizona. And then also last night, it was a great game between the Wildcats and Texas Tech, but their star freshman, Koa Pete, he leaves the game early with the lower body injury. So that was a tough loss for Arizona. But the one thing to be concerned about with this team is that they not only do they not make a ton of threes, they don't even take a ton of threes. They're only averaging just below 6 made three-pointers per game. And I do think this could be a big concern for them come tournament time because we know what modern basketball is today. If you don't make threes, it's going to be tough for you to win. And this team doesn't even attempt a lot of threes. So although Arizona has had a great season, I am a little bit worried about their Final Four aspirations, which is really the only thing this team is looking to do right now.
All right, Zach, over the weekend, big brawl. We've had brawls in the NBA recently. What was it? The Hornets the other night and Pistons. And now we have a brawl, St. John's Providence the other day. Like how did that affect the game? And then two, like the fallout of this, because some of these players are probably going to get suspended.
Definitely. And that brawl you mentioned, it came around a certain storyline. St. John's, one of their best players, his name is Bryce Hopkins, and he's a senior. He's been in college for a while now, started his career at Kentucky, but he transferred from Kentucky to Providence, and he was a great player on Providence throughout the last few years, and he suffered a bad injury, I believe it was 2 years ago, and he's had trouble staying on the court. But basically, he transferred from Providence to St. John's. So Providence is a team that's had a really disappointing season, but that building was filled yesterday, and I think they just came to boo this kid, Bryce Hopkins. They wanted nothing to do with him. They are still bitter over the way he left, transferring to an in-conference rival, and Hopkins was going in for a dunk, and he basically got tackled. And that's how the brawl started. There were 6 players ejected. There was a 20-minute delay. Rick Pitino said after the game that the league is going to deal with it. He didn't want any of his players to comment on it, but this was probably the worst brawl we've seen all season. And I actually wanted to come back to you guys with this question. What is your overall opinion on brawls in basketball? Do you like them? Do you not like them? Do you think they make the games more entertaining? Chris, I'll start with you. What is your take on brawls in basketball?
So as far as the Hornets-Pistons one we saw the other night in the NBA, I think for a team like the Hornets, who are still young and kind of gelling and coming together, it actually can be a positive as long as it doesn't get crazy. And we're not talking about spilling into the crowd and things like that, Malice at the Palace type stuff. I think it can be good for a young team to get involved, especially against a more talented team, kind of raise the level. Now, they ended up burning themselves out in that brawl, the Hornets, and collapsed down the stretch of that game. But I think overall, in totality, it could be good for a team to kind of come together in that moment. As for Providence St. John's, you're right. It was an absolute tackle as that dude went in for a dunk. But this is classic Big East basketball, man. Not brawling necessarily every game, but like, we're going to play you hard. We're going to play you physical. We may get in each other's faces. People are going to have to be separated. There may even be some punches thrown. This is what I grew up watching back when Pitt was in the Big East. This is the classic kind of Big East basketball between Georgetown and St. John's and all of these teams that have always been at the heart and the core of the Big East. This is the kind of hoops I expect in that conference, especially in competitive games late in the season. So while it was ugly yesterday, it didn't quite get to the level of being so bad that, like I said, we were spilling into the crowd and stuff. But I'll take it every single day, especially late in the season in conference, in a conference like the Big East, Kate, where teams play hard, play physical. That's Big East basketball.
I have no problem with an occasional brawl. I think it's great. It's great for the fans. Honestly, as long as it doesn't spill into the fans, but like those watching spectators, us at home watching even, like it does make the game a little bit more exciting. And I'm not talking like a brawl like every game or every other. Like that would be getting really old and annoying. But like once or twice a year in all of college basketball, if we have one or two, totally fine with that. I also think that like I'm worried college basketball is going to get soft, kind of like the NBA. Like you mentioned the kid, and I know he's a big time name from Kansas. But I'm one of those people that have been living under a NFL rock. And so just getting into college basketball, but like he seems to be sitting out a whole lot this year, maybe like a little load management. I don't want that to creep into college basketball. And so if we continue the physicality here, like I think that's only a good thing for college basketball to be a physical game as it's supposed to be. And especially Chris, like, I mean, the Big East of all conferences, I don't think you'd say that about like the WCC or Mountain West or any of those old, like they're not having brawls, right? But like, yeah, you get a little Big East basketball, maybe some Big Ten. I'm fine with that.
Yeah. A few swings thrown every once in a while. It happens. I wanted to ask you about Florida, Zach, because they're arguably the hottest team in the country. I think they've won 9 out of their last 10. Can they repeat?
The thing about Florida that's so complicated is that they basically do return the same front court that won them the national championship last year, and a lot of those players have gotten better. Ruben Chenyulu, he was their 5th or 6th best player last year. He played a big role, but this guy's developed into probably the best defensive player in the SEC. He's going to win SEC Defensive Player of the Year. Thomas Houck is going to be a first-round NBA draft pick. He's gotten a lot better. But the question with Florida is their guards. Anyone who watched this team last year knows that the main reason why they were able to win the national championship was because of Walter Clayton, who got drafted in the first round of the NBA draft. Elijah Martin got drafted. Will Richard, their backcourt was filled with 3 players that are currently in the NBA. But right now, Boogie Fland and Xavier Lee, that's their new backcourt duo. They've been super up and down. They haven't been very consistent. Lee's been playing a little bit better, but ultimately, your opinion on Florida is going to come down to, do you trust those guards? Because their front court is really good, as it was last year. It's gotten even better, but we all know in March you win because of your guard play, and ultimately that's going to be the number one determining factor with Florida. But this team, as Chris said, is red hot. 9-1 in their last 10. They won 5 games in a row, including a statement win yesterday at home against another team that was playing good ball going in Kentucky, their arch rival.
Zach knows ball. That's why our producer, Zach Kroll, is here to help dig us out from a 6-month mountain of football and get us ready for the stretch run in college basketball over the next 3 weeks and into March Madness. Coming up next, I want to revisit a conversation we had earlier in case some of you missed it. A way too early look at next year's Super Bowl odds, because it's never too early to look ahead. So what, we haven't had the combine, free agency, or the draft yet. We'll give you some teams that we like. Alongside Kate Constable, I'm Chris Mack. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Gameday on Westwood One Sports.
Alongside Kate Constable, I'm Chris Mack, and you are locked into BetMGM Gameday. We got you covered for one more hour here on Westwood One Sports, inside the Westwood One Sports app and across North America on Sirius XM Channel 375. The Americans about to drop the puck against the Germans in Olympic men's hockey. We'll keep you up to date on that. A little bit of a family feud going on between a couple of legends for one NFL franchise. Why and what's the fallout from it, if any? We'll get to that in about 20 minutes here on Westwood One Sports. But why not? With the first footballless Sunday upon us, why not take a way too early look at the 2026 NFL season? And yes, we've still got the combine. We've still got free agency. We've still got the draft. There's a lot to figure out for every single one of those 32 teams that just wrapped up the 2025 NFL season. But hell, they got odds listed. Why can't we talk about who we might like? So let's do that. Let's dive into which teams, either as favorites or maybe as teams farther down the board that we like, or maybe teams that we don't think are quite priced right. If you're looking to make a way too early futures bet on teams to win Super Bowl 61 next February, which is on Valentine's Day. That, as an aside, Kate, is the biggest issue surrounding Super Bowl 61. Not the logo and whether it predicts which teams are going to be in the game. Not, which teams can bounce back after disappointing seasons, which quarterbacks can get better, who goes where in the offseason. Next year's Super Bowl is on Valentine's Day. This could get messy.
Chris, this is going to be a great opportunity for a lot of men out there to have a glimpse into their future of what, when sports are on important days, how does their significant other react? Because you'll find out real quick who the real ones are, right? If you want to be with someone who is okay watching some sports on a Valentine's Day, like, okay, fine. It's on Valentine's Day. Go to dinner the night before, go to dinner the next night. Do a brunch, do a breakfast. That would be, Super Bowl activities don't start until mid-afternoon, pregame. Do a romantic breakfast. So I think it's going to be a good opportunity for men to figure out who, if their girl is really in it for the long run, because that's a glimpse into the future. For sure.
As Max, our video producer, just noted in the chat, not sure what Joe Judge would have to say about football on Valentine's Day.
He would not be.
You got to tell her, son, that you're going to be locked in with your boys watching some ball. You know what, though? The Super Bowl, for only two fan bases, is all about being locked in watching the game. For the rest of us, for everybody else, it's about the spectacle as much as anything else. Mm-hmm. You want to watch the game, obviously, and you do pay attention to it, but you're not nearly as locked in on that game as you would be on like a typical regular season Sunday or your team's in a playoff game or something like that.
Oh, for sure. For sure. You go for the Super Bowl parties and the camaraderie of it all. So maybe people can get, and there are plenty of girls out there that would be okay with Super Bowl and Valentine's Day mixed. I mean, I'll raise my hand. That sounds great, right? You get a little chocolate, you get a little football, maybe some flowers thrown in there. That's the
perfect mix, right?
Perfect trio right there.
There you go. So it might not be a disaster for everyone. As for the teams that might actually end up in the game, at the top of the board, we have the Rams and the Seahawks, both at plus 850 at BetMGM, which means they are the co-favorites to win next year's Super Bowl, the defending champs, and the team that was probably, at least in my opinion anyway, Kate, the best all-around team throughout the 2025 season, the Rams. So it makes sense to have both of them there as co-favorites, I think. I do think that the Seahawks are going to have to prove that you can win a Super Bowl in back-to-back years with defense. That's not a knock on Sam Darnold, but they are a defense-first team, and I don't know if you can get all the way back to a Super Bowl and win it again based on that, even if it does become an increasing trend in the NFL to build around defense. That's a tall task, I think, to win back-to-back Lombardis with defense first.
Well, you look at the teams that have won back-to-back Lombardis, and it's typically you have elite quarterback play along with a very good defense. Patrick Mahomes, the most recent one to do that. And Sam Darnold, give him a ton of credit for this season. He is not Patrick Mahomes. So I'm with you. I'm out on the Seahawks. Maybe they make it deep into the playoffs again, but you're not getting back to the Super Bowl. You're not winning it. Plus, you have the Super Bowl hangover type stuff. Like the 49ers, the year that they made the NFC Championship game and the Super Bowl back-to-back seasons. Do I have that correct? Or maybe that was in a 3-year span. Like, it's hard to get back there year after year. So Seahawks are out for me. I'm also out on the 49ers because of that. They played deep into the season this year and had so many injuries. And you could look at that and be like, okay, well, as long as they're healthy next year. But when have the 49ers ever been fully healthy? Like George Kittle coming back from an Achilles injury, like he's older, right? Is he going to be the same player? Christian McCaffrey's only getting older. So I'm out on the 49ers as well. I do like the Rams. I think they are the most complete team. They're maybe a special teams improvement away from really, I mean, I shouldn't say really being a contender. They were really a contender this year, but being a Super Bowl caliber team once again. But there are, honestly, Chris, there are more teams that I'm out on this year for making the Super Bowl that I really feel like all that confident and comfortable in. I threw out the Jaguars as a very long shot earlier on in the show, and I still think that that's a viable option as a long shot. Like they are 20-1 for a reason. But the Seahawks this year were 60-1. Like maybe we're entering territory where there's more parity within the NFL going forward.
I'm glad you brought that up because I was going to reference the fact that this is the highest odds for a Super Bowl winner, highest preseason odds for a Super Bowl winner in 30 years. The 1999 Rams were 150-1. The Seahawks tied the 2001 Patriots at 60-1 as the second longest. So just as a thought exercise, let's look at the board at BetMGM and find anything, we'll say 50-1. 50-1 or longer. Like legit long shots. And is there a team that you would look at and say, okay, I'd be okay knowing that I'm probably throwing away a little bit of money because this team's probably not going to win the Super Bowl, but I'm betting on something like what we got with the Seahawks happening in back-to-back years. Again, it's not statistically likely, but if you're looking for a long shot, 50-1 or longer, who would you roll with?
50-1 or longer. All right. That is tough.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. That is.
I wasn't making
tough.
it easy, Kate. I mean,
no. Okay. Here's one, and you would need a massive change here. The Vikings.
Okay.
That might sound crazy. You
I don't
get
think it does.
a competent quarterback. You
Yeah.
replace JJ McCarthy. The defense with Brian Flores is going to continue to be great, right? You have the offensive weapons on the outside with Justin Jefferson. Your offensive line was solid this year. Maybe you could tweak it minorly to improve a little bit, but like for the most part, the Vikings, they have a fairly complete roster outside of the quarterback. You have a phenomenal head coach. I would trust Kevin O'Connell to make good decisions in the postseason. So I think the Vikings would probably have to be my pick based on those teams. I mean, the Giants, no thank you. Titans, Browns, no thank you. No thank you.
So I think I'm right there with you. I think the question then is, who is that quarterback? Because we kicked around the Derek Carr thing earlier with him saying that he might be interested in coming back. We even threw out the chance, as small as it may be, that maybe the Vikings swoop in and steal Aaron Rodgers out from underneath the Steelers. We brought up the Kyler Murray idea. I don't know if any of those guys takes the Vikings from where they're at to Super Bowl. Now, we would have said the same thing about the Seahawks a year ago in signing Sam Darnold. We'd have been like, well, that's great. That's all well and good, but that's not winning you a Super Bowl. I think if I had to pick a quarterback of the ones that may or may not be available this offseason that Kevin O'Connell could bring in and give his weapons on offense, Justin Jefferson key amongst them, an opportunity to maybe go on a run, is if they could swing a deal for Mac Jones. And I know somebody was in the YouTube chat earlier in the show saying Mac Jones to the Steelers makes sense. I don't necessarily disagree with that if Rodgers decides to not go back to Pittsburgh, decides to hang him up. But Mac Jones, given how he stepped in San Francisco this year for an extended period of time and didn't look terrible doing so, right? In fact, he looked really good at times. That is one. You give him some high-end weaponry like Justin Jefferson. You give him a coach who knows how to manage the quarterback position like Kevin O'Connell does. That would be, I think, if we're looking for the perfect prescription of Super Bowl long shot, 50-1 or longer, and possibility of someone Sam Darnolding their career back to life the way he did the last 2 years, in particular this year with the Seahawks, Mac Jones could be that dude in Minnesota. Like, you put all that together, and I would be interested in the Vikings at 50-1, I think, as a roll of the dice.
Well, correct me if I am wrong, but didn't Sam Darnold come to the Vikings from San Francisco?
From San Francisco, yep.
And Kyle Shanahan's system, and that was kind of the turning point in terms of his development there. All of a sudden, you see Mac Jones, very similar situation, could potentially come over. Chris, you might be onto something. That might be genius. Are we putting our money on 50-1 Vikings to win the Super Bowl? Did we
not a lot of it. Not a lot of money. Just like a cup of coffee, maybe.
Yeah.
Just to start, and then we see where it goes. That might be worth a thought. But like you said, all the other teams that are 50-1 or longer, like Falcons, Giants are 66-1. No, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Steelers are 80-1. No, they'll run it back with Rodgers this year with Mike McCarthy, and they'll lose in the wild card again at best. And then you get to the hundreds to 1, like Carolina, Tennessee. No, you get to the 150s, Cleveland, Vegas, New Orleans, and then your 250s are Arizona, Miami, and the Jets. No, on any. Commanders at 50-1 is just a little bit of a thought because a healthy Jaden Daniels, I think, opens the world of possibilities back up to them.
Yeah, that was the only other one that you could see. The defense would need to improve significantly. You have new play caller in Washington this year.
Yeah, who is it?
I'm blanking on the name of the guy that
David Blau. Blau.
Yeah, yes, David Blau, old Purdue player. Yeah. Cliff Kingsbury has moved on. So, maybe that's a variable that could go either be terrible and Blau could really suck at this, or it could be awesome and the offense could explode type of thing. So, high variable there. The other team,
and Jaden Daniels could have to continue to exist in bubble wrap too. Like, that's a possibility as well.
Yes, that could be. Yeah, and you get Austin Eckler back off an Achilles, an aging Austin Eckler. Like, you'd have to improve a lot of that offense a little bit. So,
I think
Bucks.
Yeah, I like I said, at 66-1, okay, but like Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, I really liked. I think they need to figure out what his role actually is, and I think he needs to be more consistent. But that's a guy that I really like if you're looking to lean on somebody in the backfield. What about teams that we look at who maybe are a little higher on the board that we have no interest in or just don't like the idea of them winning the Super Bowl? Because we both mentioned the Ravens earlier. They're at 12-1 for some reason.
I'm out on the Ravens. You have a new head coach coming in just because you have Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson hasn't exactly been able to get over the hump with a Hall of Fame coach. Do you call Harbaugh a Hall of Fame coach? Maybe. I don't know. A very good coach. Yeah. Derrick Henry is not getting any younger. Like, I'm out on the Ravens there. I'm out on the Packers. And maybe, Micah Parsons being back this full time next year, but I think Mike LaFleur, his play calling down the stretch, some of the decision making he made, I'm not sure with Mike LaFleur at the helm that I can get behind the Packers. And I think I'm out on the Patriots next year. They're 17-1. Like, I don't see them getting back with the schedule that they're going to have next year, because they're going to have a significantly tougher schedule, softest schedule in the league this year. Like, that's going to change too. So those are a couple of the teams more towards the tops along with the Seahawks that we both kind of said we're already out on.
Yeah, you said Mike, but you meant Matt, and I agree with you. Matt LaFleur is Mike's in Arizona now. But no, the point remains about LaFleur, head coach of the Packers, LaFleur. I'm with you. Like, I wouldn't have entertained the idea of a big contract extension for LaFleur this offseason. I would have made him prove it once again. Like, prove to me that you're not going to melt down at the end of the year and into the playoffs, and I'll consider then giving you that extension. Get me to the divisional round and beyond, and I'll give you that big extension. But yeah, I could be out on the Packers as well. I don't see them putting it together for a Super Bowl run. So some way too early thoughts on where we're at for Super Bowl 61. We are underway in Milan between Team USA and Germany. 3 minutes in, it's 0-0. We'll keep you up to date on that one. Again, it seems as long as the U.S. can beat Germany, which isn't a given, then they would be the second seed going into the elimination round. They would get a bye into the quarterfinals. If they weren't to beat Germany, if they were to lose even, then that would open things up in a big way for who the U.S. would get and whether we actually get our ultimate goal, I think, of a U.S.-Canada meeting in the gold medal game over in the Winter Olympics. Coming up next, we've got two legends of an NFL franchise who won a Super Bowl together, beefing in public. Well, in the media anyway. And I'll break down for you where I think this is coming from and what the fallout may be, if any. That's all coming up next alongside Kate Constable. I'm Chris Mack. This is BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day, your weekend sports authority. Westwood One Sports. Game lines, headlines, and hard opinions. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Alongside Kate Constable, I'm Chris Mack. You are locked into BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports, inside the Westwood One Sports app, and live across North America on SiriusXM Channel 375. U.S. and Germany are scoreless in the first period. As I mentioned a couple minutes ago, if the U.S. wins, they will most likely, unless they win by more than 10 goals, not likely, a win for the U.S. would have them as the number 2 seed in that Olympic men's hockey tournament going into the elimination round, which would have Canada 1, U.S. 2. We'll keep you up to date on that. Next week at this time, the gold medal game will have already been played, so we'll be breaking that down, and hopefully, fingers crossed, the first American gold in men's hockey since the Miracle on Ice in 1980. It's a big, big year for international competition. Okay, like the World Cup later this summer. I know you mentioned during the break your husband won the lottery to get tickets to World Cup matches. Is he actually going to those World Cup matches?
Chris, I don't know what his deal is, but like he's really good at winning those lotteries. Like even for like concert tickets, like most people you enter and you never win. He wins all the time. Kind of drives me nuts. So yeah, he wants to go to. There is a DC game, I believe, and then there's an LA game. Okay. And it's in June. We have mentioned throughout the show that I am pregnant. Our baby is due at the end of April. Boy. Joe Judge would probably say, yeah, just go. Go.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
It's Cup,
you got a
right?
commitment, son. You won tickets. Yeah. You need to use them.
You got to go. I also gave him the Joe Judge green light to go. But the caveat of, I did. It's a 24-hour trip. You're flying in, you're flying out. You're going to the game and you're getting out of there. We're not doing like a 3-day thing where you tailgate and you go to all like the supporter bars and everything, all the pomp and circumstance. He's good with that. He's just wants to go there just to watch the soccer. He doesn't really care about the other stuff. So as long as we're on the same page, you fly in, you know what? You stay for the game, you fly out the next morning, something like that. I'm good with that. But I will, his my in-laws, his mom lives down not far from us. So she has to be available to, help. I don't know.
Sure.
Who knows?
You won't be all alone. You'll have help.
The kid will be a month and a half old, right? Like that's
basically, yeah.
You're like, no, you don't know what you're getting into. And I say this now, like this is our first kid. I have we're going to get our world's going to just get absolutely rocked. And I'm probably going to regret the decision that I allowed him to go to the World Cup, but what can you do?
What can you do? I like how you just shrug your shoulders. You're like, I mean, what can I do?
That's kind of what I said. I'm like,
he needs to go.
Fine. Yeah, you could go. It is what it is. I can take care of the kid for a night. You better believe that when he gets back, he's on weekend duty all weekend. But
yeah. Like you get a couple. You get a couple of nights of full sleep in return for that.
Hey, how about this? I get to sleep in the other room and get my good rest, so I can.
You get the Joe Judge treatment.
Exactly. That's what we're calling it. I get the Joe Judge treatment when he gets back after the World Cup.
You get to disengage, go hide in another room with the sleep mask and the white noise, and just pretend like nothing is going on, and you have to get your sleep. Totally fair.
I think that's perfect. We can compromise in that aspect. Then I'm good with him going to the World Cup.
Absolutely. All right. U.S. is on a power play against Germany. We'll keep you up to date. Again, it's scoreless in the first period between the U.S. and Germany, the final qualification round game of the men's hockey tournament in the Olympics. This segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. So during the week of the Super Bowl at Radio Row out in San Francisco, a former Steeler went on a current Steelers podcast. Joey Porter, who played for the Steelers and won a Super Bowl with them in Super Bowl 40, was an assistant coach under Mike Tomlin for just a few years as well, went on Cam Hayward's podcast, Not Just Football, and had to take issue with what Ben Roethlisberger had said on his podcast. Everybody's got a podcast now. On his podcast about Mike Tomlin towards the end of the season, when Big Ben said maybe it was time for the Steelers to go in a new direction at head coach when the Steelers were struggling late in the season. Here's what Joey had to say about Ben.
The 7 dude that we don't talk about.
I know.
is crazy. Like out of anybody should talk, he should never grab a microphone and really talk Steeler business. Yeah. Because if we talking Steeler business, his ass is foul of all foul. Like that he's did is foul of all foul. He's not a good teammate. He won a Super Bowl with him, but the person, he's just not a good teammate. Like he knows that. Anybody in the Steeler building knows that, but we protected him because I've only won one Super Bowl, and that was my quarterback. So do I love my quarterback? Yeah, but is he a good person? No.
Is he a good person? Ooh. No. And the other voice you heard there was Diana Rossini, and you also heard Cam Hayward in the background, who played many years with Ben Roethlisberger. Give it a in the background. Just a Cliff's Notes version for those of you that did not keep up on the dynamic around the Pittsburgh Steelers 15 to 20 years ago.
Which was me, Chris, so please, yes, enlighten.
Let me enlighten those of you. Ben Roethlisberger, as some of you may remember, came into the league and immediately got thrust into a starting role because their incumbent quarterback, Tommy Maddox, at the time, got hurt week 1. Roethlisberger went on a run with that team. They ended up going 15-1, losing to the Patriots in the AFC Championship game. His second year, they won the Super Bowl against the Seahawks in Super Bowl 40, the team that Joey Porter was on. And then they won again without Joey Porter involved. He had moved on at that time. And with Mike Tomlin now their head coach, as opposed to Bill Cowher in Super Bowl 43 against the Cardinals. The great Santonio Holmes catch in the back of the end zone, the James Harrison 100-yard interception return at the end of the first half. All those great plays in that game, the Larry Fitzgerald touchdown catch that nearly won the game for the Cardinals. Anyway, during that time frame, some of you may also remember Ben Roethlisberger was not exactly the model citizen off the field. There were several accusations levied his way, including one in the state of Georgia that got very close to charges being filed, and they weren't. There were many, as Grant, our board op put it in the chat, many, quote, interactions at Pittsburgh bars where Ben was not the most pleasant to be around. He was not great to his more veteran teammates, really to any teammates. Multiple cases of veteran teammates coming to Ben for simple things like autograph requests that he would turn down and not do. Wasn't a good teammate, as Joey Porter outlined there when they were on the same team. And so Joey really tells no lies about the person Ben Roethlisberger was at the beginning of his career in Pittsburgh. You may remember the motorcycle crash. Do we remember that? When he crashed his motorcycle and went over the hood of a Chrysler New Yorker on 2nd Avenue in Pittsburgh and smashed his face up and ended up coming back. Continued to ride his motorcycle without a helmet. Terry Bradshaw went on a big rant about it. Anyway, the Pittsburgh Steelers did their best to insulate and protect Ben Roethlisberger from himself during that time. Eventually, off the field, he got his act together somewhat. And he was definitely a better teammate to most players in that building over the course of the second half of his career. You'll find old offensive linemen that played with him, like Marquise Pouncey in particular, who loved Ben. His offensive linemen loved him in the second half of his career. There are still other players who played with him late in his career, like Mason Rudolph in particular, who didn't like Ben because he wasn't the most welcoming to him. So, Ben was not a model citizen the first half of his career, and the second half of his career was nice to the guys he needed to be nice to. Again, Joey Porter tells no lies, but it's rare we get this sort of forthcoming opinion about former teammates in public the way we got from Joey Porter about Ben Roethlisberger on Radio Row a couple weeks ago.
Does that take away at all from the legacy of Ben Roethlisberger and like the on-field stuff? Or do people kind of just like gloss over when former teammates put you on blast as being a crappy teammate.
I think Ben's character off the field and, even on the field at times, the first half of his career was well documented. So I think it's more if you're of a certain age and you're a Steelers fan, like if you're younger than like 30 or 35, you don't remember all that crap from when he was new to the league. All you remember is Ben throwing 6 touchdown passes in back-to-back games against the Colts and the Ravens in 2016 or whatever it was.
Right.
You remember him as a veteran quarterback dragging the team towards contention a couple times late in his career. So you're not as likely to remember that. You also, if you're a younger Steelers fan, you might not really remember Joey Porter at all. And Joey Porter he had his own issues off the field. So, I mean,
so how much
it really
weight does this carry from someone who has off-field issues saying someone else has off-field issues, like that whole
right.
deal.
Like Joey, I think, was trying to stand up for a guy, Mike Tomlin, who maybe he's still friends with, even though Tomlin was forced to fire him at one point when he was an assistant coach. So that's all this comes down to. I think the more interesting question is, we are a year away from Hall of Fame voting, and Ben Roethlisberger is going to be eligible next year to be placed on the Hall of Fame ballot. I don't think he's going to get in on the first ballot. If Bill Belichick doesn't get in on the first ballot, if Robert Kraft doesn't get in, Ben Roethlisberger is not getting in on the first ballot. He'll get in eventually. I just think because of the way he acted the first half of his career, people are going to make him wait.
I think after this Belichick stuff, there's certainly not a way he gets in, because then it just looks targeted towards Belichick and Belichick only if you're allowing a player like Ben Roethlisberger to be a first ballot Hall of Famer. Like the Belichick thing was off. I know it was football. It pertained to football, but like off field, the Spygate allegations, all that stuff. But like if Belichick's not getting in, that's going to be tough for Roethlisberger. He'll get in, but to be a first ballot Hall of Famer, I think I would be fairly shocked for that.
So this brings up an interesting question. And I don't typically like to get into Hall of Fame discussions because I think Hall of Fames have become greatly watered down over the last 20 years. But if Roethlisberger doesn't get in 2027, that means he'll be up again in 2028 when Tom Brady enters the chat as a Hall of Fame eligible quarterback. And we've already had the discussion about Belichick, right? And whether if he's not a first ballot Hall of Famer, is Brady a first ballot Hall of Famer? We've still got Eli Manning out there lurking in the Hall of Fame conversations, which people love to have. All of a sudden, we're going to be stuck with this little bit of logjam at the quarterback position for Hall of Fame balloting. And we know they typically don't like to put multiple guys from the same position in at the same time. So Roethlisberger may have to wait a while.
Yeah, Roethlisberger, if he's going up against Tom Brady in the same, Tom Brady is 1,000 times over again beating Ben Roethlisberger in that category. There's no way.
So there's a lot of drama. The other interesting aspect of this is that Ben wasn't the only guy that Joey Porter put on blast in that interview. He also had some things to say about James Harrison, who was very outspoken this year, the last couple of years against Mike Tomlin, and sort of pushed his own way out the door in his final year with the Steelers. So it's just funny. It's like going to a family reunion, Kate, and there's friction and drama between members of your family, and you just you grab your plate and you grab your beer and you just walk over and you plant yourself in a lawn chair or on the deck, and you just wait to see when the fight is going to start between, I don't know, Aunt Karen and Aunt Barb, and whether they're going to argue again about something that happened 20 years ago.
I'm really good at playing that role of you just sit back with your beer, relax, and watch all the drama unfold. That's my favorite role during family gatherings. That is doesn't get much better than that. You're not a part of the actual argument, but you get all the entertainment from it.
It's better than a reality show. It's because you've seen these people kind of simmer for the last 15 or 20 years, and then just all of a sudden somebody snaps. And before you know it, Aunt Barb and Aunt Karen are arguing about something, like I said, that happened 2 decades ago when they were in high school or something.
I mean, I'm not a Real Housewives Bravo person, all that, but this is just Real Housewives of the NFL. That's what it is.
It is. It's so good. But yeah, the internal Steelers drama got out into public during Radio Row. So we thought we'd bring it up and at least give you a Cliff's Notes version of it. Alongside Kate Constable, I'm Chris Mack. This is BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports. We'll wrap things up next.
This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. breaking down the biggest games and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
U.S. tried to take care of things against Germany in the final game of the qualification round of the U.S. men's Olympic hockey tournament. 0-0 towards the end of the first period. A U.S. win would lock them in as the 2 seed. Canada's already all but locked up the 1 seed by virtue of absolutely pasting France earlier today, 10-2. And that would give us the path towards Canada-U.S. against each other in a possible gold medal game a week from today. Welcome back into BetMGM Game Day here on Westwood One Sports and inside the Westwood One Sports app, live across North America on Sirius XM channel 375. I'm Chris Mack, joined by Kate Constable. And we were talking college basketball about an hour ago, Kate, with our producer, Zach Krull. Zach knows ball, and some breaking college basketball news as there's been a major injury in the most stacked conference in college basketball, the Big 12, which could end up with as many as 10 teams in the tournament. BYU standout Richie Sanders out for the season with a torn ACL. Let's bring Zach back in to explain what this means for BYU, the Big 12 race, and bracketology going forward.
Yeah, guys, this is really big news for BYU. Of course, anyone who follows this team knows that their star is AJ DeBansa. He's in the conversation with Darren Peterson, who we spoke about earlier, for the number 1 pick in the NBA draft. But Saunders, he was BYU's 3rd leading scorer, averaging 18 points a game, 2.1 assists, 5.8 rebounds. He shot 37% from 3 on the season. And this is a brutal loss because BYU has suffered a number of season-ending injuries. He's the 3rd one of their top 7 players to go down with a season-ending injury. And even though they're ranked number 22 in the country right now, even though they're going to make the NCAA tournament, this is just a brutal, brutal injury for this team because depth is not a strength. They are currently ranked number 22 with a 19-6 record. They did have a nice win yesterday over Colorado in overtime, but this is a brutal blow for a team that has struggled a little bit in their last 10 games, only 5-5. But for this BYU team, even though they have AJ DeBansa, this is a brutal injury, and it's a shame we never really got to see this team play at full strength.
Well, and it looks like they could really falter down the stretch and be going into the tournament without much momentum at all because they've lost 4 of their last 6. They play Arizona next, at Arizona, who is coming off of 2 straight losses. That feels like it could be another loss for BYU. Then you have number 5 Iowa State. You end the season with 16 Texas Tech. Like, Zach, that is a tough schedule. Could we be looking at a BYU team that like it really stacks up the losses over the next 2 weeks?
They could. I mean, that schedule is really tough. So if they do lose a few of those games, I don't think it's really going to kill their seeding too much. The issue is this is a team that at the start of the season was ranked inside the top 10 and had serious national championship aspirations. And now we're just never really going to see that team at full strength. I just wonder, I think this team could fall to maybe the 8 or 9 seed line in the NCAA tournament. And if you're a 1 seed, even though they're banged up, it's pretty scary seeing AJ DeBansa on the other side.
Yeah, the Big 12 is just an absolute murderer's row. And it feels like if you can get out of the Big 12 in one piece, which BYU is obviously struggling with now with all these injuries, you're in a good spot to be battle-tested for the tournament. But it's that question we have every year around this time, Zach, of would you rather be battle-tested but beaten up, or would you rather, I don't want to say coast through your conference schedule and feel good about yourself being healthy going into the tournament?
Exactly. That's always a huge debate when it comes to college basketball, along with you never want to peak too early. I've seen that so many times with teams that, like Michigan is a team this year that comes to mind. I know they're still one of the 5 best teams in the country, but they were playing their best basketball in November when they went to the Players Era tournament and beat 3 top 25 teams by over 20 points. And they were just winning games at a historic mark. But that's always the question. And last year we saw it with the SEC. They got 14 of their 16 teams into the NCAA tournament. They had 2 of them playing in the Final Four in Florida and Auburn. We know Florida ended up winning the national championship. The SEC lived up to the hype last year in the tournament, as they were considered by many throughout the regular season one of the best conferences we've ever seen. I think the top of the Big 12 this year certainly does compare, and whether it's Houston, whether it's Iowa State, whether it's Arizona, whether it's Texas Tech, Kansas, we're going to see those teams at the top of the Big 12 have the opportunity to do that this season as well.
Zach, real quick, with the Big Ten, you mentioned Michigan. I mean, the Big Ten has not won a national championship in decades. If there's one Big Ten team that has the chance this year, who do you think that is?
My answer would actually be Illinois. They just finished up a nice victory over Indiana this afternoon to break a 2-game losing streak. No big deal. Both games came in overtime against quality competition, but they have a freshman by the name of Keaton Wagler, who's a great story. Wasn't even a 4-star recruit, ranked outside of the top 200 in all of the recruiting rankings, but he's played his way onto NBA draft boards. He's probably going to be a top 5 pick. They also got Kylan Boswell, one of their other guards, back healthy into the starting lineup today. And Brad Underwood, he's one of those coaches where Illinois has consistently made the NCAA tournament. They made one deep run a couple years ago. They went to the Elite Eight and got ran out of the gym by UConn. But I do think this is the year for Illinois. Michigan is right up there as well. Purdue played really well yesterday against Iowa. They've made a Final Four, a national championship game over the course of the last few years. But Nebraska is a really good team. Michigan State are obviously very good teams as well. So between the Big 12 and the Big 10, this has to be the year for both those conferences.
Awesome stuff. Zach Knows Ball Part 2 on today's show with the late news that Richie Sanders of BYU is now out with a torn ACL. Quick update on the U.S. game in the Olympics. They scored with 9 seconds left in the first period. Zach Werenski on a beautiful feed by Austin Matthews. I questioned Matthews coming into the tournament. We'll see if he can do it against the big boys if they get a chance to play against Canada. But just a beautiful cross-ice saucer pass in the offensive zone, and Werenski buried it. So the Americans up 1-0 on the Germans at the first intermission of that final qualification round game of the men's Olympic hockey tournament. And then they'll set the bracket. Americans will move on to the quarterfinal. We'll see where things go from there. Hopefully, fingers crossed, a week from now, we're talking about a U.S. gold medal. Can they push past Canada if they have to? That's the question. Canada, absolutely dominant in their 3 qualification games, Kate. Sidney Crosby with multiple points per game. Their power play is absolutely lethal. I think they finished 3 of 6 in those 3 games. So they've got a ton of talent. We'll see where it goes throughout the course of the week. This has been a pretty productive 5 hours, I think, Kate.
We've hit a number of topics, Chris. We've covered it all. We've done a little NFL look ahead for next season's Super Bowl, a little NFL draft. We've done some college basketball. We've got NBA All-Star game tonight. We kind of crapped on the dunk contest, as we should have. It's been. We've talked
we're
about.
Honest.
That's what the people want, right? I don't think anyone would take us seriously if we came on here and said the dunk contest was awesome last night. They would you'd probably be changing the station pretty quick.
Yeah, it was bad. It was real bad. Like,
yeah.
Do they get rid of the dunk contest at a certain point? Like, we talked about getting rid of the All-Star game itself, but like, the dunk contest, you got guys falling on their heads.
Yeah, I mean, that was terrible. Jace Richardson, like, that was the epitome of like what the dunk contest has become. Him like almost knocking himself out trying to dunk. But the thing that bothered me most about yesterday and all the festivities, Chris, is that they weren't even in prime time.
Yeah, they happened and you didn't even know it.
Seriously, I just got on the couch. I had gotten home. I'm like, yes, in time for the dunk contest. I'm going to order pizza or something, kick back, relax. I get an alert. Damian Lillard has won the dunk contest. What are we doing? That's at like 2 p.m. LA time. Like, you could still catch all the festivities and go to happy hour if you were in LA.
That's not the way it's supposed to go. But It's lost all its allure. It's lost all its magic. The 3-point contest, maybe, still, at least you have a recognizable name in Damian Lillard winning the 3-point contest, right? But other than that, it's been a disappointing NBA All-Star weekend. I don't know if tonight is going to fix that. Thanks to everyone for joining us. Josh Graham is up next. Thanks to Zach. Thanks to Grant. Thanks to Max. Thanks to Trevor Lane and Nick Shook for joining us earlier in the show as well. For Kate Constable, I'm Chris Mack. We'll be back next Sunday to get you through your weekend here on BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.